Trevor's going round the world, catching rides and sleeping in tents. Don't you know he's streaming it live? Take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch TV/Hitch. Trevor's going round the world, catching rides and sleeping in tents. Don't you know he's streaming it live? Take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch TV/Hitch. Trevor's going round the world, catching rides and sleeping in tents. Don't you know he's streaming it live? Take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch.
Good morning, everyone. It's Hitchhiking to TwitchCon, day 13. Like halfway time-wise, and just over halfway distance-wise. This beautiful morning fountain calls for some ice cream. This stream is brought to you by Graders. Handcrafted French pot ice cream. Yep. It's really early there. Yeah, it's just before 7 a.m. Oh yeah. Good morning, everyone. So I'm back in Cincinnati because I got dropped off hitchhiking in Cincinnati, so I wanted to start today in Cincinnati. Good stuff. Doctor. 7 a.m. is the perfect time for ice cream. So plan for today. I'm in Cincinnati. I'm gonna walk across the bridge into Kentucky after I eat a little ice cream. And I'm gonna try and hitchhike to Louisville, Kentucky. Maybe check that place out. Asking directions ultimate. I live life the way I want. I won't do what you tell me, doctors. I won't do what you tell me, doctors. I won't do what you tell me, doctors. Oh yeah. 5 a.m. You haven't gone to bed yet? What are you doing? Cincinnati's a pretty city. Flavors of ice cream? Good question. It's black raspberry chocolate chip. It's really tasty. Wanted to hitchhiking life via TwitchCon. My job is to stream on Twitch, yes. You can play so much Savia. This is from yesterday. Clothes all cleaned up? Yeah, I'm all laundered. Body and clothes are laundered. From Blood Red Skies. Hey, how's it going? I don't think I'll be able to eat all this ice cream though, but I'll eat some of it. No choice when to work. Different place eating the same ice cream. I just put it in the freezer last night. Hey dude, first time here, so some clips of you decided to check your stuff, man. Show your ice cream, dude. Hey, welcome to the stream. Slux Deluxe. Welcome to the live part of the stream. Yeah, sometimes clips get posted around when obscure things happen. But at least good morning. And Carnal Decay, good morning as well. That's what we're having for breakfast. It's like my pre-breakfast snack. I want some coffee and I want something with more protein in it. Ohio goes on Sam, you are. How you doing today? Are you in Cincy? How far south? Like 71 what I'm thinking right now. It's kind of a southwest bound highway. So we're going a little bit west as we go south. But I think it's if I stick to this highway and then it's like the 65 or something like that. I end up in Nashville, and I can take the 40 like the whole way if I want to, but I'll probably branch off south so I can take the 8 to get straight to San Diego so I can bypass LA. Your breakfast is awful, but you look fit as fuck, so go hard, brother. Yes, I'll take that as a compliment. Yes. That shower felt like everything? Okay, the shower I had a few days ago, after 7 days without a shower, felt even better. And there was like beautiful cello music playing in the background as well. So, this one was good. It was about 3 days unshowered, and I got to do laundry as well, and sleep inside. Like, I sleep well outside, but it was still pretty warm last night. Like, even after we had our beers and we were walking back to his apartment, it was still quite warm, so it was nice to be inside and have a bit of air conditioning going. Is it a green snake? Maybe it is. It's getting lighter out. Closing me with supper night. If someone offers me laundry, I'll take it. And I went 2 weeks without laundry. Good morning, Delta Wide. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and start moving. What's the soonest we can get picked up by Harker and put the ice cream away and not see breakfast? Yeah. They threw it in the freezer last night, so I could eat it. Some of it today. Nice. Those lights aren't on anymore. Old set screws over your laundry nurses since after 2 weeks. I know, right? I have so much battery power. There's nothing like forcing the inside. You know, I get forced inside quite often. I'll end up either washing my clothes myself or finding laundry. See, we're just Covington. Kentucky, but I'm back in Cincinnati because I got dropped off in Cincinnati and I wanted to start shooting in Cincinnati because that's where I got dropped off. He's offered me a ride. I don't think we've been in similar areas at the same time. What's the closest? Like maybe they were driving down to TwitchCon last year or something. Where's this glass for me? Like, I hadn't slept inside since St. John, New Brunswick, so I've been in the U.S. like, it was like 8 days. With, sorry, I don't. And I slept outside every night. music and then play Attack on Titan this morning. Well, like I really don't mind. Like it's a routine, right? And you get used to whatever routine you do, right? So I don't really mind pack up. I think it's more difficult for me to motivate myself to do the setting up the tent in the evening, especially if I'm like eating somewhere, I'm like at a bar having a couple of drinks or something like that, and then I have to motivate myself to walk out into the bush and you know, if it's hot out, like, I lose my AC. If it's cold outside or it's raining or something like that, then I lose my shelter and my comfort. Anyway, alrighty. Let's roll. Quick map navigation thing. Hey J Wales TV, how's it going? Map. Wait, which bridge did I take? This one? I forget which bridge I have to take. Not that one? Let's go pedestrian crossing. Must be that one. Come on. What are you doing? Rides plus 2? From what? We don't count viewer rides around the city as a ride for hitchhiking purposes. I think it's quite a pretty city. Techniques for breakfast day start. I think I'm gonna head towards the bridge. I'm gonna walk across to start with. The sun is coming up like right around now. It's gonna rise. I can catch a little bit of the sunrise, that'd be nice. I don't spend too much time in cities, but this is a nice one. Yeah, like I haven't spent much time in cities in a while. When I've come to a city for the first time and like you look up and there's a lot of verticality to it, and it's like
You have like 3 days.
I enjoy it. Then you get used to it real quick, but until I get used to it, it's fun for me. Z-Fees with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much. So, do they have like things going on in this square? Any Cincinnatians here? They've got all these tables and chairs and stuff set up. Is that just a permanent fixture? Or is there a stage as well? The stage looks temporary. Something going on? Most nights or something going on? Okay, that's cool. Ah, we're back in the land of birds and limes. It's from spring to the end of fall. Huh? Oh, looks like I run out of sidewalk. Weston, formerly Starwood Hotel Group, which is all part of Marriott now. Everything's owned by Marriott. Closed. Okay. I can tell you that before you walk up the street. And then have to walk across. We'll go to anyway. No idea how many humans are on the roller washroom on the toilets. What? Small city. Depends what you're comparing it to. Like some pretty small places are considered cities. I think I'd call it like a small big city. It's still got like a skyline. It's got skyscrapers. It's got, you know, it's a city center feel to it. They actually built up a little bit. A lot of cities built out instead of up. That's very city-ish. the double walkway. For when it's cold. They have the same thing like Calgary has, where it's like you can walk all through downtown without going outside, because they've got like this interconnected network of like walkways connecting buildings. See, oh, now there's construction on this side, so I gotta cross the other side. I see how it is. Yep. Rude dudes. To get to today. I've been making good time. I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at, so if I just get to Louisville, then I'll be pretty happy. It's not that far. So the lady gave you a lift like several days ago? No. I ended up getting 2 rides after she gave me a lift. Are there any Cincinnati-based like IRL streamers? You got your New Yorks, you got your LAs. This one there isn't. Cincy streamers? Since just about to come up. To Chicago? I've never been to Chicago. I've been around Chicago. I hitchhiked right around it. I got picked up in Michigan. They took me through a little snippet of Indiana and then into Illinois and around Chicago and northwest of Chicago. I do want to check it out at some point, but I've never never stopped there. Back on the phone? Yeah. I broke my other setup. It won't be fixed until TwitchCon. Yeah, I stayed at a viewer's house last night. So I got to sleep inside, have a shower, and do laundry. Laundry hadn't been done since I was back home in Canada. I got my home. Okay, well, parents' home, because I don't have a home. They even got a Ferris wheel. And that sucks, yeah. It's, quality is definitely a downgrade. Who's this person? Who are you? What are you? You got an American flag on you? I understand. Bobcat Aviator. Hero Bearcats. I don't understand what that means, but it is American. Bearcat, the University of Cincinnati's mascot. Okay, it's mascot for. Okay, alright. I was just confused as to. Wait, is that a stadium right there? And that's another stadium right there? Wow, they're such close proximity. Unless they're not stadiums. That looks like a stadium though. Keep track of my miles, walk daily, weekly, monthly. My phone keeps track of my steps. Both are, one for football, one for baseball. Interesting. I'm gonna use this longer. I should get like a gimbal or something. Steps I made this week. When I stop somewhere, I can see my statistics for walking for the past days, week, month, all that. But I got the stream in one hand, ice cream in the other hand, so it's difficult crossing this bridge. There's like a coffee shop here or something. Looks better on sunrise. Yeah. No, I agree. Sunrises are beautiful. Quite often miss like sunrise because like the sunrise wakes me up in my tent. And I'll putter around there and then get up a little bit after. Craft beer. Okay, I'm guessing they're not open. Guessing I'll have to get coffee on the other side, which is fine. Can I charge all your batteries? Yeah, we're pretty charged here. Birds bathing in this water. Good bizarre life, dude. I'll take it as a compliment. TwitchCon located San Diego, California. Nobody else. That's a weird place to be. I just want to fix this one sec. It's kind of all at a weird angle. Alright, go look at that sun and this old bridge. Looks nice. The Queen City. Go take a picture now. Like sometimes I'm just wish you're home. Well, I'm unmotivated in the morning sometimes. I don't. But Yeah, it's just that unmotivated. Be like, man, I don't feel like doing anything. You're 10, you're like, man, I have to go outside and do stuff. Otherwise, yeah, that's none of that. Ice cream. Man, this Clean City. Oh. Alright. See less of the skyline from here. Wait. Oh. Telling me I gotta go back around this railing? Jeez. How far is Cincinnati from San Diego? Like 2,000 miles? So the taste of Belgian great food. Is that on the Cincinnati side or Covington side? Oh, there's the sun. It's already up. Go last night? Very well. And a few friends that ride into work, he gave me a ride into the city. But ends up having me start early. Like I was eyeing up my ice cream. He's just jealous. Hot and humid today. Yeah. Does it have any plans of us, you know, cooling down? It's supposed to stay hot for a long time. Is that the sound of traffic on this bridge? Handful of cities in the US I've never been. It's a nice one. I like it. Small big city, calling it that. River is this? This is the Ohio River, if I recall correctly. Crossing this river takes me from the state of Ohio into the state of Kentucky. Get that too much in a city. I like that. Like good morning. If fireworks off some of these bridges, could be wrong. Oh, it makes sense to me. Several cities do a fireworks off the bridge kind of thing. It's a nice bridge. river is real calm this morning. Sounds like a beehive. Yeah, I can see it. Must be at Louisville, Kentucky. Well, that's where we're heading today. So maybe I'll be able to make a comparison. Swarm of bees. Bees! Not the bees! Anything but the bees. I think that's misquoted, but you get the point. Football? Baseball. Baseball? Football. Baseball. Football. Baseball, football. 1,000 subs. You're almost back up to 1,000 subs, guys. From a low of 400 after taking that 3-week holiday. Time of the inclination, I went to Churchill Downs, did a tour while they were the Kentucky Derby. Huh? I think our delay is really high. Find a coffee and sandwich or something on the other side here. Skinny Survivor, thank you for giving this sub to Smooth Stone. Smooth Stone, welcome to the TwitchHikers and Skinny Survivor. Thank you for gifting that sub. Anna, how's it going? Saying an hour and a half away, so it's probably not very far. Like max 100 miles then, I'm guessing. And that might be where I end up today. I won't be too sad about that. We've been doing some good mileage days. So. Purple People Bridge. I think that one's further down that way. That's the pedestrian-only bridge, isn't it? Or is this that one? I don't know. So we've got a combination of people thinking the cars driving on the bridge sounds like bees, and some people think it sounds like Formula 1 cars. So what I can infer from that is bees sound like Formula 1 cars, or Formula 1 cars sound like bees. I don't know. which way or another. And regardless, they sound the same. And pretty much across the Ohio River, which makes the title incorrect, because I'm now in Covington, Kentucky. I'm no longer in Cincinnati, Ohio. I got dropped off in Cincinnati, Ohio by the guys had to do some masonry work here in Cincinnati. They dropped me off in Cincinnati, so started today in Cincinnati. Yeah, like Harker's here, and he's right. So it's like a metal grate that you drive on, and it does make a weird noise. Is that for in the winter? So snow doesn't build up, or is that a thing? I just get a good charge? Yeah. We're good for another while. You should have seen the mayhem over Harker's floor. There's batteries everywhere. Wait. So one last look at the Ohio River. I feel like it's for snow clear, because like, okay, this is Ohio, they get snow and stuff like that. If it snows on a bridge like this, where do you plow the snow? It was gonna hit 95 today. Gee, is that including the humidity, or is that base? Through 10 cities, what do you take in the most? So you're very observant? I'm kind of just like, oh, that's a pretty building. I wouldn't say I'm observant on that type of stuff. Not too humid. Kentucky right now, fairly dry. Okay, well that's good. Still 95. Just want to sit here for a while. 30% humidity, but still hot day out there. 95 is real hot. So I guess I won't be walking around. If I get to Louisville, I won't be walking around Louisville too much. It's going to be 95 degrees. That's the street I went. Okay, there's coffee shops like this. There's some over here too. It's that clear of an answer. The United States is one of my favorite countries for hitchhiking. It has a unique feel to it, and I think it's just a very diverse country. Anything you could ever look for, or could ever desire, you find in the United States. It's all subjective. That's what you prefer. No air conditioning. No. Air conditioning's nice. You can turn down the ride because they don't have air conditioning. You'll be standing outside, stagnant air. If I was in that ride, it's gonna ride with windows down or something. plugged again?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Bridge plaques there? No, I don't want to go back. I'm sorry. I know I walk like 3 feet. Feels like temp today at 3 p.m. in Louisville, 99%. I don't know what temp today at 99%. You mean like the 95? Feels like? Oh, feels like coffee. Love your coffee. Probably coffee. What is this place? So sleep at Hackers, no Harker. I slept well. I was on the couch. It's a comfy couch. Did laundry, clean. Almost dropped my ice cream. That would have been a disaster. Switch camera view. Now. Block out, wrong couch shot. Okay. Stop it. This these apartments, they got a nice view. We're getting a nice view of the river and the sunrise right now. It's okay if you go with the bush block. Alright. Sorry to make you have to do that. Is this new? I feel like it's new. Daily parking $5. This is Calgary would be 30. Hot Piccadilly, good morning. Miles yesterday, or like 250-ish, 250. You're not in Iowa? What's going on in Iowa? Good morning. Grab a cappuccino, please.
Yeah. $3. How many things do you do? I'm just curious. Do you
Depends. Sometimes a little more espresso comes out, like a little more gets ground.
try to find out? I'm all about finding like the best systems. Sometimes frustrating.
Doing some very intense travel.
You are doing some very important work. Not making a huge mess.
Wow. I mean, compared to what it could be,
This is true. This is true.
forgot about displacement. Basic 6th grade science, man.
Come on.
Shit.
Volume.
Volume.
I'm sorry. That's sad. Nevertheless, she persisted.
What can I get you?
Good. Large coffee.
Great.
Like a star for myself.
Yeah. Hey.
Hi.
Just a coffee?
I'm actually seeing chocolate right now.
Yes. You too. See ya. We're gonna try this again.
These lids are super sticky today. They're like really packed on each other.
Oh yeah, start to get that.
Here you
Alright.
go.
Hey, thank you very much. I just saw you had food, breakfast. Should I try one of your sausage, egg, and cheese sandwiches?
We
Do you
are
have
out of the sandwiches.
any? Sandwiches.
We
Okay.
have the quiches.
You have the quiches.
Well,
What?
The
Caprese?
my mom's caprese, and then I think do we still have the veggie quiche? And the apple pie right now.
yep, we've got all three of those.
Okay. I'll try the caprese.
The caprese.
Yeah.
If I can find it on here.
I'm gonna sit it outside on the patio.
Morning.
Good morning, bud.
He's so fascinated by the street possibility that he can't stand it.
Oh, of course, right, exactly.
Is that Grader's? Look, is that Grader's ice cream?
Yes, it is.
Where'd you get that?
Someone came and gave it to me.
I thought, did you get it here?
Nope, nope.
Your wallet?
Oh,
Last
jeez.
time I looked, we didn't have
Wait,
it.
no, that's not mine.
And of course, you know exactly where this is. So I want to say hello to your buddies.
I know, he's being rude
not mine.
because
You don't use an outside person. Maybe it doesn't remember. Sometimes an inside person.
look, he's uh-oh. He's giving her the eye so that she'll.
We need to do 2 trips one day.
Thank you. Okay, he will. So, right on the
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Next to your wallet.
Yeah, I was the only one there when I got there. Now it's place is bumping.
Knows where the biscuits are, of course.
Yep, he's ready.
That was like probably the strangest thing. I was like, where do you get the ice cream? Someone gave it to me.
You're traveling some distance.
Yeah, to California from Canada. That's where I'm from. Sorry?
Foot.
Hitchhiking. I make a film about it.
You hitchhiked back in the day.
Oh yeah?
You can try that anymore. It's like this nothing.
Oh yeah. Thumb, cardboard sign for directions. People know where I'm going right now. I'm using a... Yeah, interstate entrances. 71 South. Sorry? Yeah, they got me here yesterday. Yesterday I was in Cleveland to start. I was in Cleveland to start yesterday. Made it here, so it's a good day. It's really hot right now, jeez.
Want to say hello again? Oh, hello. Think they said hello to you once already? Yeah.
Look at my ice cream now. Alright. It's pretty much liquid. Yeah, it's liquid now. It's no longer iced. It is just liquid. I got a caprese quiche. Spoon top. I usually have my spork, but I think my spork's in my main compartment. I just shouldn't be there because it's not accessible. Using that top little thing, I'll have my spork with me, my metal spork. It's one place you really want to go, New Zealand. Still haven't been there. I want to go. Table so wood. I'll show you. The table does wobble too, but just the surface is not hard, like it's a webbed something or other. But, the table does wobble on top of that, so everything about it is not good. Wicker, is that right? From New Zealand, you're welcome anytime. I'd like to go this fall, if not this winter, so there's summer. Police officer. Hey, I get along wonderfully with the police. I am fancy today though. Quiche, that's pretty good. I literally have my microphone like duct tape, well I guess gaffer taped onto my selfie stick because I'm not using that pinch clip one. But it eventually kind of like just starts pointing away. I want it pointing straight this way. Well, I guess what I could do is just get all this spot this way. And then it's just facing at me anyway. I mean, meat pie, it's got egg, it's made of egg, right? That's what quiche is. Correct? Maybe? You smell bad? I showered last night and I am freshly laundered as far as clothing, so I shouldn't. Now, before that, I had gone about 2 weeks without doing laundry and about 3 days without a shower, so my smell was questionable. Any sun lotion on today? I haven't put any on, but I will once we actually get moving. Ice cream. Still tastes good. This coffee's very hot. Must make Nashville day if we go that route. Yeah, like I've only set my goal as Louisville today. It's not that far. But look, I've been making good time. Let me do a quick Google thingy. Quick Google thingy. Alright, from my location, I want to go to San Diego. Ice cream and coffee and food is a weird combination. You're a weird combination. But I love you regardless. Same with this food combination. Right? Some guy F Gaming. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the Twitch Hikers. Alright, so if we go... Alright, none of these routes take me to Tennessee. Regardless. It's like 2,200 miles to get to San Diego. And I got... I'll be there in 2 weeks, so I got 26, so like 14 days. 2,200 divided by 14. 2,200 divided by 14. 157 miles. It's a decent distance, it's not that far. I'm guessing Louisville's just under 100? Yeah, I could push for... Well, okay, how far is Louisville? Yeah, about 100 miles. How far is Nashville? Quite far. It's gonna be like, what, close to 300, isn't it? Yeah, 272. So, you know, I'm not sure. It's gonna depend how the first rides and stuff of the day go. I don't want to just go from there. Fingers crossed you make it to San Diego. Yeah, hopefully. Next big city on 71, so probably won't have trouble getting there today. I think there's a few different splits on the interstate, which go different ways. I look, well, is there? Wait, hold up. Oh yeah. Well, I'll be hitchhiking before the 71-75 split, so I'll probably lose some traffic to Lexington on the 75, but I should be able to find some good stuff going down 71 to direction Louisville. Like, it's supposed to be really hot which is just demotivating for me and actually wanting to check things out because I don't really feel like hiking around with my big backpack in 95-degree weather, as people are saying it's going to be. But they say it's going to be fairly dry, so I'm guessing it's probably going to cool off all right. Big game removes only. But for me, my whole life is a big game remove. It's gonna be hot all week. Well, yeah, it just demotivates me. Since I'm starting fairly early, there's a good chance I'll get to Louisville fairly early, which means I'll still have time to continue hitchhiking. And if I'm not feeling like walking and stuff, then if I find a spot to hitchhike, I can continue on. I just stand there in the sun and I can exist and be kind of miserable, but okay with it. Development is currently on track to go across Florida and end up somewhere in the Gulf or southern states. Okay. Well, I'm probably, well, like Nashville, I don't think that counts, and then I'm gonna head like straight west from there, in theory. I'm not sure if that storm is supposed to go as far north or inland as that, but I'm not getting very far to the Gulf or the southeast coast or anything like that. No pants or long sleeve shirts. I wear pants to keep the sun off me during the day and the bugs off me during the night, and same for the long sleeve shirts. There's a reason. I won't affect you and they can turn snap you up. FYI? Alright. I guess if I get to Louisville quickly, it'd be in my best interest to carry on. If I get ahead of schedule, it's a lot more relaxing for me to like be like, oh, I can take some low mileage days, rather than the reverse of that, like being chill right now, maybe get socked in with a storm, and then miss a few days of hitchhiking or miss a few days of decent mileage, and then I'm panicked to try and make it up. It's a wicking shirt, I presume. It's merino wool. This isn't mine. I thought it was, because it looked like mine, but it's not. No, it's not. Yeah. No, I got it here. Yeah. Ever been panicked on stream ever? Someone left their wallet on the camera. Well, like, when I dropped my cellular modem in I think Savannah, Georgia, like it's kind of like a oh crap moment, because like that's what I run my whole stream on. Right now I got like multiple different data plans and stuff like that, that if I lose one or break one, then I can switch to the other one, and that's fine. If I lost my Verizon one, I'd be annoyed because it's usually the best in rural areas. But like we dealt with the situation, so it wasn't panic. The most panicked I would have been was the shooting incident in Arkansas. Like, I didn't like that. Is it true you're not taking necessarily the most direct route due to where people are going when you get a ride? That's true. That's true. As long as it's kind of in the right direction. Like, we have a general, like, oh, this could be kind of the route that would make sense if I'm actually, like, going from city to city. Like, I pick a direction and start going that way. If someone picks me up and they're like, I'm going this way, then this way, it's still the right direction, I'll do that. A good example of that recently. Must be nice to be rich at Hitch. Where do you get the impression that I'm rich? I hitchhike full time. I hitchhike and I sleep in a tent. What about that makes you think rich? Something does. I'm not sure where that comes from. So I was hitchhiking through on Interstate 84 on my way west, direction Scranton, so I was in New York State. and I got picked up by a guy that was splitting onto the 17 that connects with the 86. So that's northwest. Like I'm heading north at that point. I need to go southwest. It's still west though, so I was willing to take that ride and get onto the 86, which looks like a decent highway and was a decent highway for hitchhiking west from there. Rich in life experiences and happiness. Aw. Hitch rhymes with rich, so he is rich. Expensive coffee? It's a $3 cappuccino, which I think for an actual coffee shop coffee where they ground the beans and poured the espresso shot and everything, to me that's a good deal. Have you ever found your phone in Andorra? Yeah, I'm curious. I want to get a copy made to Cincinnati. Yeah. I have to head out, but want to stop in and say hi. Hopefully another great day of hitchhiking later, dude. Yeah, got a good ride. Just north of Columbus, right past Columbus and all the way to Cincinnati. So I was pretty lucky yesterday with the rides. Once I got out of Cleveland, thank you for getting me to a better position, by the way. That's good. Summer's over. Not here, it ain't. It's freaking hot. Well, it's gonna get hot. It's comfortable right now. And Appleig with the sub. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitch account. Are you rich now? My heart is full, and that makes me rich. Wow, Beth Marshall, thanks for the subway bits. This channel has a limit. It said don't understand, but glad to join your travels. Wait, what's the limit?
Your travels.
What limit? Thanks for the bits. Yeah, it's supposed to be the direction I'm heading, 95. Very nice. What's that? 34 or something like that? 35? Let me see. Celsius. 95, 35, okay. Why don't you sometimes get a partner to travel with? I haven't met someone I want to travel with long term. I've traveled short term with people. Most notably with you guys on the stream, I hitchhiked for about a week, just over a week with my friend Emily last year. From Montpelier, Vermont to Boston, Massachusetts. That was my first sub. Guess I'm better than everyone now. Hey, I'm glad. I'm proud that you decided to make me your first sub. Thank you, Appleig. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, I understand now. Wow, Bath Marshall, thanks for another 100 bits. Must have been limited to subway bits. They limited on how many bits you could shoot? Strange. Maybe Subway's like, whoa. I didn't realize how many bits people cheered across the entirety of Twitch. This is a lot of bonus bits that we're responsible for. Weird. Then we got Scrap Tasm. Hey, thank you so much for the 500 with the 50 bonus with the Subway cheer. Thank you for the 550 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you. Interesting. I wonder what that limit was. You're my favorite homeless person though. Clink Clock, thank you. Thank you. coffee's still too hot. I need to take the lid off. Chance at the 5-bit minimums? Yeah, otherwise you get bit spam. Thank you for sharing this trip. Thank you for being my travel partner. All of you tagging along while we hitchhike across America to TwitchCon San Diego. They're all traveling with me, so thank you for traveling with me. Thought about hitchhiking Southeast Asia. I want to do some parts. I have a feeling in certain areas like you can flag down a ride and there might be a certain expectation that you pay a little bit. It wouldn't be very much. But I wouldn't try and flex my tourist card too hard to avoid paying anything. It would just be interesting catching local rides from people from A to B. Today's nice coffee day. Me thinks drink nice coffee in the winter sometimes in Beantown. Yeah, if it was much later, I would have been drinking an iced something. But here in the morning, it's still nice. Well, okay. Anonymous individual, the 5 bits and the 5 bits and the 5 bits. Thank you. Plan on destination today, to or through Louisville, and then either staying in Louisville or continuing on direction Nashville. Made to Nashville, that would be a big mileage day. Louisville would be a minor mileage day. Hitchhiking, if you weren't streaming, for all of us, honestly. I hitchhiked for 4 years before I started streaming. Without a camera. Because I enjoy it. The experience of it. I think that answers your question. Close to Columbus are you now? I passed through it yesterday. I'm in Cincinnati, so what is that, 2 hours from Columbus? Which state is Louisville in? Kentucky, which is the state we're in right now. Has my title been updated? This morning it was in Cincinnati, but we walked across the bridge, which puts me into Kentucky. So, let's see. Trying to set your goal for Nashville. Yeah, I might. Alright, I gotta change it. We are in, is it KY? Is that Kentucky? We're in Covington.
Tom briefly was doing continuing education.
Kentucky, get some KFC. Kentucky, or KFC like tastes the same everywhere, doesn't it? I've been to Kentucky twice, but I haven't gotten KFC in Kentucky. Because to me it's just like, they're like, what do you gain from that? I was like, home at KFC, but like, does it taste any different? Does it taste more like Kentucky? Anonymous cheerer, you're gonna make us raise the minimum bids, right? Then it will cost more to spam. But thank you for throwing nickels at me. That's what it feels like. It's just like, let's get hot chicken in Nashville from Hattie B's if you can. But yeah, I'd like to actually stop in Nashville. Is hitchhiking illegal in a state? Yeah, in Nevada, Idaho, Delaware, New Jersey. And the one that's like just seems strange to me is most of Hawaii, except for around the Honolulu areas, which is the opposite of what I think. You'd think the rural areas would be okay with it, but the city wouldn't. But I think it was around the Honolulu area they made it explicitly legal, where the rest of the state, by default, it's illegal. Yeah. What I missed so far? I started in Cincinnati in front of like their central fountain, like downtown. Pretty beautiful before the sunset or sunrise. And we got up, walked through the city, and walked across the bridge into Kentucky just after the sun had risen. So had a nice view. Now we're just grabbing some coffee and a quiche because I'm fancy.
I'll space out and then I'll wake up and not where I went was. That's a different kind of
We're currently shoveling in your mouth. I am eating it very politely. It is a caprese quiche, which sounds super like pinky out. That's good. So you can't hitchhike through Las Vegas? Well, last year I hitchhiked into Las Vegas. So if I hitchhike, once I'm in the car, I'm no longer a hitchhiker. So like it's very. Let me give you an example. I got picked up in Maryland, and someone drove me through both Delaware and New Jersey into New York State. So I got to hitchhike technically through 2 illegal states without actually having to hitchhike, which is the illegal part. Lucky, worked out good. So there's tables all over the place. I was in Utah, and I got a ride from Utah into Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, I got dropped off in Las Vegas, but once I'm out of that car, if I'm back at it, like I'm hitchhiking again, and then we're back to the illegality of it. So I just flew to Alaska, and I was so happy to leave Las Vegas and be in Anchorage. It was good. That was very. So yeah, essentially, unless I can get a ride straight through that state, I try to avoid them completely. Off to work, safe travels, see you soon. Hope you have a good day at work. Beth Marshall. Thanks for the bits today.
Darren's in the middle of the week. Darren's there on Thursday.
Hey there, Tripper, you're enjoying your stay in Kentucky. Yeah, I like it here. And last time I was in Kentucky, I had a good time as well. I don't think hitchhiking was particularly difficult. I think I had one longer wait time in Kentucky, but it wasn't that bad. Like a 2-hour thing. That's very normal. Coming through Texas at all, not sure to explain your route. I'd go for a sec. Is a chance. Like my route is not defined. I have an idea, but it depends on my rides, right? We're thinking south to 40 and then 40 west at a Nashville. That takes us through northern Texas, Amarillo. Right? That's 40, right? Yeah, it's 40. So if that's the highway we take, then that's the only place I go through in Texas. It's a road trip where you drive. Well, before I started hitchhiking, I'd done that. Well, just like around British Columbia and BC and Alberta and stuff like that, I did road trips. I like driving, so yeah.
He's got a great story. He just happens to have a ranger training, and Emily armed. Of course, I tried subtly to get the facts out of it.
Yeah, like I think it makes sense to have commands for commonly asked questions. When I have time, if I have time, I don't see any reason not to answer them. But I'm gonna prioritize something that I don't answer all the time. Like if there's something else I'm talking about that's not like, what's the longest you've waited to catch a ride hitchhiking? Then I'll prioritize something that's not that, because something that other people will answer for me and stuff like that. Or we could do that command. You make a living off Twitch streaming? Yeah. Want me going through Colorado? I could. But again, that's just the idea I had on the route I'd take, because I want to cross from Arizona into California so I could avoid Nevada and Idaho. Nevada being illegal, Idaho being illegal for hitchhiking. My other option would be go through Montana, stay north. But I did that last year. You guys saw the band on my underwear? Uh-oh. But yeah, the company's brand, they rebranded because I guess it didn't have mass customer appeal. It was a little gaudy. Was my package. I forget what they rebranded their name to though. But the merino wool. Mike J. Crawford with the sub. Thank you very much. And welcome to the TwitchHikers. I can't eat this ice cream. It's soup.
We can get the guy in and go pick up their trial. And my company can't keep it emergency.
Gotta see Palo Duro Canyon right next to Emerald Lake. Camp down in it. To be a 10-hour sub Emerald in a week, and Hass might come up and say hi if you're in it. End up in Emerald. Do you have signal out there? It's me, Dakota. Do you notice a little difference between US and overseas for ease of hitchhiking? We have statistics on like how long I wait on average in, well, everywhere I've streamed except for the United States from last trip, but we're building statistics on this trip. Europe average wait time, if you look at Europe as a whole, is 20 minutes. Japan's about 20 minutes. Australia was like 20 minutes. So worldwide average seems about 20 minutes. United States is more like 30-ish. I think right now it's like 40. That's where the live view be fine. My live view setup isn't working. I'm on one connection, Verizon or AT&T. Cleveland Nerd and Stats. Yeah, I bumped it up a bit, but we're at, how many rides do we got? 27. Yeah, we're almost at Spain. Spain is at 44, isn't it? One bar with AT&T family has 2-3 Verizon down in the canyon. That'd be fine. I have a feeling there's something up with my Verizon connection. It's just not as good as I remember it being. Some reviews together and go hiking and camping trips instead of start to finish line. Like in the future, you can do a hiking trip. Streaming that might be difficult. A lot of places, a lot of the natural places you want to go hiking are sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, connection can be difficult when you're actually hiking in natural trails. Trees and mountains do things with cellular networks.
Deer and a bear. Deer. Bear and deer. Come on, council. I know it's early, but it's a bit obtuse. Yeah, it's abstract. Yeah. You like abstract art.
I do, but I'm not quick enough to pick that up. I can break down a.
Getting all awkward? I am? No, I'm getting scatterbrained because someone's conversation was confusing me. Is that having a dog companion or something? No, it's someone else, something else I'm responsible for. And I don't want to be responsible for it. I don't want to let it down. But, yeah. One thing I've noticed about being on Twitch TV is people find everything is awkward to someone. My comment on awkwardness is it's only awkward if you make it awkward. Like you're sitting next to someone and you're talking and then you stop talking. I don't think that's awkward. But if you sit there, you're like, you're just like, this is awkward, and you say this is awkward. Well, now you've just made it awkward. It wasn't, but now it is. Congratulations, you created it yourself. You created it yourself. Love your streams, man. I only come across you yesterday, and you're awesome. I enjoy the experience and views. Hey, Roland's. Glad you've been enjoying the stream. And welcome. Just got here yesterday. Can I get a shout out? Can I get a shout out? Can I get a shout out? Yeah. Can you guys all check out Jay Streezy, twitch.tv/Jay Streezy. He does cool IRL stuff. I shouted someone out. Prove it. Go say it. Next guy. That passes through. I like your earlobes while keeping eye talk. Then say no. Hey, this is awkward. Nothing. Well, I said it's only awkward if you make it awkward. You can forcibly make a conversation awkward without saying this is awkward. Then say nothing. No, hey, this is awkward. Nothing. I still think my statement makes sense. It's only awkward if you make it awkward. Was that a bot? As soon as one person says it, two other accounts say the exact same thing.
Oh, I just happen to have a 5. So you're welcome.
Loves don't socialize now as good as you do, including me, so it's really a privilege for us to be able to watch you do it and learn something. And I don't think I'm like particularly proficient at just like navigating a conversation like that. I can do some small talk and stuff like that, it's fine. And there's stuff to talk about, like if we're talking about traveling and stuff like that in a car, like hey, we can talk about that for quite a while. They seem interesting and stuff like that. But I don't think I'm a great interviewer. I think I could really improve in that field. And I think essentially once I get into a car and everything like that, it's a great opportunity to really interview someone about their life and how they think about things. And it's something I'd like to improve on. Any people recognize you? I get people come by and say hi. Yeah, love her bringing up. I heard about the Steven IRL thing. I don't know any of the details, so I don't have any comments on it. I like Steven. I've met him. He's an awesome guy. Like I met him in person at TwitchCon, and I like his content. But I don't know any of the details, so there's nothing I can really comment on.
He's a smart guy from up north.
Yes. Speaking of TwitchCon, I'm excited to get there. It's a lot of fun. Is anyone here right now in chat going to TwitchCon? You're tired? I didn't sleep that much because we got up pretty early. Really nice eyes hitch, just now. But thank you, Bowies. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I assume that's what you were asking for, right? Some guy was walking behind me while I was doing that.
The best kind of company. Here you go.
Must be some feeling when you arrive at the destination of such a long trip. Yes, it's very satisfying when I finally get to a long distance destination, especially if there is a timeline associated with it. Blue eye. Did my eyes look blue? I might take a last minute flight there. I'm a pilot, so it depends on how my schedule ends up that week. Hey, over there, I'll be there. Yeah, it depends on the lighting what kind of color people see my eyes as. Usually it's a hazel or a green. Look really feminine when you're clean shaven in a good way. Thank you. Thank you. I guess that's why I looked good when I cross-dressed and my sister did my makeup and stuff all pretty. Feminine features, maybe. I felt like you've been in danger while in a ride or out camping, shooting Arkansas, yeah. In a ride. Bad drivers, people that end up intoxicated in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. It's a blue, green, hazel, and mine are brown, green, hazel. Mine also changed their super green when I cry. Interesting. But yeah, like they do look fairly different. People say they look fairly different depending on the lighting and the situation and stuff like that.
Yellow seating along the wall.
Iconographies and the icons.
There. I'm almost finished my coffee and then we'll throw this stuff out. I'm gonna use their washroom here just because I can. And then we'll walk out to an on-ramp. It's not too far, but it's probably like a kilometer or a little bit more.
That's on the corner of 13th and Walnut. Southeast on that corner, 13th
1.3 miles, so like 2K. Enjoyed the Greater Cincinnati area. I quite like Cincinnati. It's my second time in Cincinnati. I like it. Like to me, it's like a proper city, but it doesn't have like the big city feel. Like it's got a bit of a skyline. It's got everything you could really want from a city, without being too much. And we're like a very easy walking distance to downtown here, on the other side of the bridge, and it feels very just like casual, chill. Yeah. We ended up camping last night. I slept on a viewer's couch, so I did laundry, and I had a shower. And I do like the look of the city, and a lot of the architecture to me is quite nice. Charge your batteries, yes. I did charge my batteries as well. Yes. So we're good for a while now. Like, we went a long time without recharging batteries last time, and we're good again. country would you like to go next? Go do this in next that you have not been to? New Zealand's really far up there. Mongolia. Countries in Europe I haven't been to. So that'd be like Finland, Estonia, Italy. I want to at some point do southern Spain and southern Portugal. I've done north and central. So I've been south. Romania? Yeah, I'd like to do that. To Ireland twice, yeah. Yeah, I still have no idea how I've never been to Italy. Like, I've done 2 extensive Europe trips, and I've been all around Italy, but never to Italy.
This bourbon barrel gig, I guess, it's coming up.
Richard.
All right. They got the artist.
Sometimes Portugal, Spain sound like could be combined with a little Africa. Yeah, you could do that.
He did one of those. He was panicking because
North Africa.
he couldn't lift the barrel by himself to get it into his car. So he called me up. It was empty, yeah, but they're still heavy. They're a couple hundred pounds, you know. It's like,
Good room crashing the Pope's house. Well, I'd like to hitch a ride from what do you call it? Vatican City? It's a separate country technically. Can add it to the country list if I hitch a ride. But it's a tiny area. Like they issue their own passports and everything. Chance would you do small airport hopping across the state? I would like to, yeah. See if we can chain it together. Like hitchhiking airplanes very networking based. It's
ropes or chains.
It's like sales. It's like sales. You have to sell yourself to people that have airplanes and are flying somewhere, right? And I guess you could say hitchhiking in general is like that, but it's a very casual form. Like thumb out, this is me, yes or no. No means just keep driving, yes means you actively want to pull over. Hitchhiking airplanes is much more of a, I got an elevator pitch. I just walk up to someone and be like, hey, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'd like to do. Love flying, love aviation. Are you flying anywhere? If you are flying anywhere, can you take me? Like that kind of thing. Normal hitchhiking is not like that. Go to moon, this is good man. I would love to, Elon Musk hit me up.
oh, we were together.
That is, I think, the final frontier for hitchhiking. If I could hitchhike into space, I could comfortably retire feeling like I've accomplished everything I want to accomplish from hitchhiking. It's put in the spot, kind of like asking a gas station. Yeah, but it's the only way I'm going to do it, and it's something like, it's
911 calls.
yeah, it's the only time where I feel, well, I don't really feel comfortable with it, but it's the only time because it's the only way it works. And I have to say with like asking people at gas stations, stuff like that, sometimes you're forced to do that. Like you're put in a situation where that's the only way you can really find a ride. It's just by talking to people, whether the hitchhiking spot's non-viable or like police are being pesters. Pesters? That's not a word. Are pestering you. Then it's a lot more casual to just talk to people.
So yeah, so that's why it's kind of this team. Which is true.
Ever try to do a trip around the world in, say, 2 years' time? Well, in 2015, my goal on a hitchhiking trip, my biggest one yet, was to hitchhike around the world east until I got home. So I started on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, hitchhike all the way to St. John's, Newfoundland, so east across North America, from your western point to your most eastern point. Flew to Dublin, Ireland, so Western Europe, hitchhiked around Europe for like 4.5 months. Crossed from Latvia into Russia. Hitchhiked across Russia to Vladivostok, so your eastern terminus in Russia, and then flew to southern Japan, Fukuoka, hitchhiked to Tokyo, pretty much your eastern terminus of kind of Asia, and then flew home from there. So I flew across the oceans, but I hitchhiked all landmass. Now I think a true circumnavigation has to cross the equator and come back. Otherwise you could just like do a little loop around like the northern pole, and like technically you did like a loop around like all the time zones, but did you really go around the world? It's subjective. Scotland? Twice, yeah.
That's too intelligent thing for Reagan to say.
Sort of that area. It wasn't the news. Basically, it's just good what they do.
So, but maybe we'll try and do an around the world hitchhiking trip and stream it. I'm not sure what route I'd want to take, east of Europe, or like if I started in like Eastern Asia, west of Asia to get to Europe. The easiest option, honestly, is Russia. It's simple. You only need one visa for Russia, and you can do the whole distance. Like I had a cellular data plan, but it was just a 3G thing, so I'm not sure what the network's like, if they've improved a lot since 2015 in Russia. I'm not sure if it's viable to stream the whole way across. The thing about that is it would be really boring. I don't speak Russian. I only met 2 people that picked me up hitchhiking across 10,000 kilometers of Russia that could speak English. That's not a complaint. I'm in Russia. I don't speak Russian. That's a me problem, not a Russia problem, not a Russian problem. That's a me problem. But it's objectively not very. Like, well, you could compare it to Japan. But like, you're going such long distances, you're going to get fairly frequently, probably several 1,000 plus kilometer rides. And there's such a language barrier that it's just not very interesting. There's some interesting places in Russia, but there's some really spread out places in between those. Google Film Translate, that's what I use in Japan. And it means you can have a conversation where you couldn't before, but it's still a struggle, right? Like you have to fight for conversation. You have to fight for a conversation through Google Translate, more than if you just knew the language. But it means you can have a conversation where you couldn't before. Russia's part of Europe. Russia's part of Europe and Asia. When you cross the Ural Mountains east, that's Asia. West is Europe. So it's one of the few countries that span 2 continents. But Sweden, I've been there twice. I was there this late winter, early spring. You have them supposed to translate automatically. The thing is, I don't think it's possible for translators to be like instant. So like as you say it translates. Because the thing about languages is like the order of how you say things is different. So you have to wait for the sentence to finish before you can translate it into certain. Maybe with some languages it'd be instantaneous, but other ones, like, you know how there's like the dog jumped over the fence. Like other countries would be like fence, the dog jumped over. So like it's a different order. So you have to wait for all the context before you can translate it, right? Russian average total scores 40 points higher than Japan. Russia 85, Japan 71. All I'm saying is I'd hitchhiked across 10,000 kilometers of Russia and I met 2 people that could speak any English in that time. I'm guessing if I spent more time in St. Petersburg or Moscow, there'd be a whole lot more English being spoken. But once you get into rural Russia, like many rural areas, there's a whole lot less like learning of another language. The same was for rural Japan versus in the cities of Japan. It's cities versus rural, and once you get east of Moscow, like there's definitely cities,
Most of the lower ones are.
but it's pretty rural cities, in my opinion. All right, I'm done eating. We're just talking, and I'm building up motivation to actually move. But in 100 some odd rides in Japan, I found having, even in rural areas, a basic understanding of English much more common than in Russia. Again, that's not a complaint on Russia. It's Russia, they speak Russian. It's just a reality of my experience being in that country. What is this? banned them on me. Yeah, it seems like they all say the same thing, like almost at exactly the same time. Why don't you learn Russian then? I don't know. Like when I went to Spain, why didn't I learn Spanish? When I went to Portugal, why didn't I learn Portuguese? When I went to Norway, why didn't I learn Norwegian? When I went to Sweden, why didn't I learn Swedish? When I went to Denmark, why didn't I learn Danish? To Germany, why didn't I learn German? I went to France, why didn't I learn French? I'm Canadian, I actually should know French. I can say that about anywhere. That's pretty awesome. Did you make it to any sporting events in Russia? No, I didn't. No sporting events in Russia. I only had a 1-month tourist visa, and I had to get from like the Latvian-Russian border to Vladivostok within that 1 month tourist visa, so it's a big distance. Big distance. Place where you never hitchhike. There's nowhere I would never hitchhike. There's places I wouldn't think of hitchhiking right now due to current political, societal like situations. Like if it's an active war zone, that would be a no-go. But other than that, like things could change in that region, and I see no reason to not go back. Visa in 2009 for Russia was 2 months and 3 weeks. Yeah, mine was a 30-day tourist visa. Let me see. I still have it in my passport. I'm not going to show you because it has my information on it, but
again, it's might as well be studying law. There's so many bylaws and sub-laws.
where are you? Which page are you on?
Otherwise, without you have to read it. There were no songs. You had to read it.
There it is. Entry from... Duration of stay, 29 days. I think it was when I applied, I have to tell them exactly how long I planned on staying, how long I asked for it, and I just did it about a month, and okay, and I'll show up this day, and 29 days after that, I guess. Okay, I'm going to put the sign away, go inside, throw out the my garbage and stuff like that. Go to the washroom, then we're gonna walk to the on-ramp, and we're gonna hitchhike direction Louisville, Kentucky. Need a house? No. I don't think he trusts this ladder. He keeps moving it around. And like shaking it, giving it a shake. And then looking at it, thinking about it. Guys talking about YouTube. I'm watching in the background here. This looks sketchy, man. Ladders are dangerous. How you wash your clothes? I got invited over to a viewer's house yesterday, and he offered to wash my clothes. So since he, essentially, we're in Covington, Kentucky, right across the bridge. I have some subs to 1,000 by the end of the stream. Still a lot of subs. And every day, if you don't get any subs, it does go down a bit. So let's say I didn't stream today, I'd probably go down like 20 subs or something like that, just because 20 subs will be lapsing, or it depends on the days. Sometimes Like you'll be like, oh yeah, our numbers are going up, and then you'll hit a day that 30 days ago or 1 month ago was a really busy day, and you'll like drop down 100 subs. You're like, whoa, how did that happen? Time happened.
It's about a 10-second, 15-second.
Oh god.
If I don't get it.
Oh god.
10 seconds.
Speaking of Roswell, I learned this one.
Louisville? Not Louisville? Louisville? Alright.
Really good music.
Since you're on a break, it would probably not decay much at all, but normally, yeah. I agree with you. There was one day that things dropped down a ton, and it was because it was a month after the cross-dressing hitchhiking stream that we did, which was a big day for subs. Okay, let's go. Dreaming in dog years with the 16-month resub. Appreciate the 16 months. Thank you. Have a good day, Trevor. Hope you have a good day as well. Dreaming in dog years. Thank you.
Have a good day, Trevor. Hitch excited.
Cross-dress stream just over a month ago. Oh, they've been out here. I'll bring the plate inside. I'll bring the spoon as well. Heaviest bag right now. I think it's like 60 something pounds. Way too much.
That giant golden doodle that's like. There's one that has this doodle that's just. He's huge. He looks just absolutely freaking massive. It's the biggest doodle I've ever seen.
I'm just going to the washroom real quickly. And then we'll walk up to the on-ramp and go hitchhike. Play a guitar just like a ring and a bell. Go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. Johnny, be good. My wrist, they're like tambourines on me. Be afraid, no, I won't be afraid. Just do a hard southern accent. What y'all doing around here? Whoa! Hello? Hello?
Count on myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I just came out to the country because you know you can't just shoot guns like
No,
that
exactly,
in the
yeah.
city, you feel me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk down here real quick.
Okay.
You can post up right there if you want to.
Yeah, I'll stay here.
Testing out my aim. I wanted to come down here whenever I had some daylight or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There ain't nobody else out there.
No, it's just me. He doesn't destroy it like the last guy did. Okay.
どう映ってんだろう。どう映ってる？
ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って、ちょっと。
オッケー。オッケーオッケー。映った映った映った。
めっちゃパンチ強いじゃん。
すごいすごい。
Order not fucking. I can't take 3 more drinks. I can't drink that much. 1 fruit.
I think that's whiskey should go down.
Oh, okay, this, we already got this. I'll take the pudding. No corn. Sure, side rack ribs. That sounds good.
Yeah, cool.
Is this fruit salad from here? Is it fruit salad and ice cream?
Aye.
I already got enough fruit salad. Or I got enough salad. Alright.
So a steak, side rack ribs, and your Bailey's bean.
Yes. Pudding, steak, yeah, that. Broccoli soup's fine. What kids 5 bean? What's
Wait, you want the soup?
Sure, I'll take the soup. And what's this?
That's just like a wee vegetarian chili. There's your steak.
Oh, okay, well, speaking of which, it's here.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. Chicken burger, okay. Alright. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You gave me these strawberries for a reason, right?
Because they're pretty.
Oh my god. Oh.
He's eating them seductively.
I need to take a picture of you.
Take a picture and send it to Gary.
Oh my god.
Hey, how's it going?
What?
How's it going?
You want to ride or not?
I'm just talking to you before I get into the car.
You want to ride or not?
Where are you going?
Me? I'm going to Forks.
You're going to Forks? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, just how our interaction has gone, like,
What?
how our interaction has gone, it's just, you're kind of like, I don't know, very direct. I'll just wait for the next ride. Thanks for stopping me.
Oh! Yeah, that's me! Wait.
I saw him yesterday.
You saw him yesterday? What? Wait. Can I? Did you? Can I? What website is this? Is it his website?
Yes, yes. His blog.
His blog.
He said about you.
He said that. What are the chances? Oh my god.
He said I met Canadian and he is a professional
Professional hitchhiker.
hitchhiker.
Yes, that's me. That's me.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I can't believe you met him. Menu. Okay. It's a bookstore. Be easy for them. I know about making it easy.
Like, another no. That's how recently it was. This and Tim is down the.
So I'm gonna put sunscreen on, and then we're gonna actually go hitchhike. I keep forgetting to do this. I put it on yesterday, but I've missed several days, which is bad.
My visitor for the last
Charge your stream, lots and lots of mobile batteries. Is a phone gun run? Right now just a phone. I do have a gun run style backpack, but I broke a lot of things, or several things on it, and it's out of commission at the moment. Ladder saga continues. Where's our ladder man? The ladder's there, but the man is not. Alright.
looks like. It's going to be he's furiously scribbling notes. For about 20 minutes. So long as he decides to talk.
The fact that you have to be carrying 60 pounds all day. Well, if I pack it correctly, then the weight's distributed onto my hips and legs, which are designed to carry weight and get used to it, rather than all sitting on my shoulders and back. This was a daily thing when I was hitchhiking around America the first time. Like, we were doing it all summer, well, spring and summer, and almost in the fall. It was every single day. It's like morning time, all right, let's put on war paint and then we'll go. Old RV at West Austin, Nitrous Prospect and Pim, yeah, they were cool. It's a nice shirt. Did they make it for men? Well, I was just wearing a dress a month and a half ago. So I'm sorry you have masculinity standards that say that you should wear jeans and a t-shirt. It's fine.
But anyway, once we get into trial, there'll be a lot of precedents. And then when I think
wearing jeans and a t-shirt, this is a long sleeve shirt. But yeah, it's still tee, I guess.
Because the extent of the lying, like we've got them on record. We've got these interviews. Hey, with me, like the guy that blows, they're on the same shit. We're just spitting all kinds of shit. They don't think it's something. And the girls are in jail for drug offenses. They come to them. They say, no, that's not.
Oh God, that's
Rob
a lot.
wouldn't do that. Rob's not like that. Then they'll come back and interview the second time and do what they want. And then, of course, the older.
They rub it on your face. No, I leave it like this.
Like victim, witness.
Do it to make a point.
This is
With the people driving past.
Explosive claim.
Well, that would be the first thing I would really go about. You know, these witnesses.
You're going to be paid.
Yeah.
And then there may be a chief
I would say that would be
okay, so the most explosive thing is paid.
I think so, and I would have a daily or however the thing progresses. And it's all true. It's pretty quickly impressive.
And then the question is, who do you leak to? What's left of the press? Annabelle, beautiful Levy or whatever, and Michael Months doesn't like you. I don't know why. Months doesn't think. And I don't understand it because I've always I think highly of his work, and I've been along with the guy.
All right, let's go. Let me navigate, and then we're gonna go find an on-ramp hitchhike off into the sunset. That'll be beautiful. Down the street, and then right on that street, left on another street. Okay, we're just gonna wing it. We're just gonna wing it. It is a bit of a walk. That's fine. Well, really not that much. Now I'm carrying so much more weight, it makes a big difference. Like, 10 pounds less than this is a lot easier. change your shirt? I got 3 shirts. I just felt like wearing this one. I washed it last night, but wait, damn it.
I gotta get going.
Are we winging it to Kentucky or Nashville? I'm in Kentucky, but direction Nashville.
They are just getting started. A lot of Bill Butler, Jeff Nunny, Rich Maney's involved, people like that. It's supposed to be bigger. The U-Raiders the same kind of name. And thinking, do they leak money for the what's the next project for people who back these row houses? I don't know. What's that called? I don't know. Yeah, you do. Catalytic fund. Oh, they might. I don't know. I think the catalytic fund.
Yeah, Covington, Kentucky. .4% humidity? I don't think it's that high. Like, even if it's not that hot, usually if it's like super humid, you can just like feel that moistness in the air. Maybe it's right. I'm gonna walk into the sun. I need to clean these. These are dirty. You're gonna stay in Cali? Oh, I'm going to San Diego and I'm splitting a hotel with my friend Joel. So you cross push button. Alright, push button. Wait, cross. Is friend going to TwitchCon? Yes. He's from England but lives in Prague, Czech Republic. He's actually already in the United States. My boy Joel. I think he flew into like Washington or something. Does anyone know what he's doing? Is he like streaming, like driving down to California or something? Or does anyone know? I don't know. He came in the chat after he flew in, but I forgot what he said what he was doing. Selfie stick or stabilizer? Just a selfie stick and a tripod. I could probably benefit from a gimbal. I'm gonna use the cell phone setup. Hitching becomes slow, you might end up missing TwitchCon. Get transport so you don't miss it. Stick to hitching rules. Plan A is to hitchhike there. Plan B is hope Plan A works. Baby Shoes in New York City? Yeah, I saw that. When I ended my stream, I saw there was a Baby Shoe, Daily Dasher, and that Honey Dip were streaming together. And some squad streams. I think Baby Shoe's still mad at me. We were supposed to meet up in Japan. Every time she sees me in any chat or anyone brings up me, she just calls me ditch. Hitch, you mean ditch? Sorry, Baby Shoe. Alright? I was in Hokkaido when you were in Tokyo, alright? Hokkaido's far away. Hokkaido's far away from Tokyo. Streamed the day you landed, haven't streamed since, it looks like. Okay. Ditch Hitch on Twitch? Well, if she ditched me, then yeah, you could say ditch Hitch on Twitch. Unless you're calling me Hitch, ditch, or ditch. Hitch the ditch. Ditch the hit. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Which battery died earlier last night? Yeah, by the time I checked, some people were streaming on Twitch. It was just Daily Dasher and Honey Dip streaming. Maybe she'd already ended her stream. Hitch thing about it, if it wasn't for Mason, you wouldn't have made it to Kentucky. How do you know that? You took me to another on-ramp where I ended up finding the ride from the guys that were driving all the way to Cincinnati here, but I very well could have found another ride to Cincinnati. Took a shower too? Yes, I did. Anyone in USA would consider living compared to Canada? I really like the West Coast. So Pacific Northwest maybe, but it's quite expensive there as well, so. I've been staying next to other hitchhikers and wind up sharing a ride. Yes, yeah, I hitchhiked from West Bank, Kelowna to Vancouver, and there was me and a couple hitchhiking, and I got there before them, and then they came up, talked to me, we chatted a bit, and then they stood solid like 30 meters behind me. We're sharing the hitchhiking spot, and someone pulled like directly in between us, and the person had room for all three of us, so they took all of us to Vancouver. So that was cool. Sleeps in ditches with the hitches. I sleep in ditches? With hitches? What are the other hitches? Scared the dude with the gun shooting tonight at the clip? Yeah, no, absolutely, that was just very scary. And he was shooting at the sign I was directly behind. I don't know if you've ever had bullets coming your direction, but they sound different than bullets being fired away from you. Scary moments in my life, but not much on a hitchhiking basis really gets me too riled up anymore. When I was first hitchhiking, like standing on the road was nerve-wracking. Every car that pulled over was nerve-wracking. But you do something enough and it becomes normalized. I said snitches, not hitches. Oh, sorry. My lens cuts up part of chat. Free ride from a cab Uber driver. Yeah, I've had several taxis pull over and I'm like, I'm hitchhiking. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just on my way to work or something like that. Like I drive a taxi out of this city. We're in this city. And you don't have to pay. Actually, the last time I was in Cincinnati, my ride into Cincinnati was in a taxi. I was just south, coming up from Lexington, I think. Was it Louisville? No, Louisville. I forgot to say it already. And a marked taxi pulled over. I'm like, oh god. But I came up and he's like, yeah, I can give you a ride into town for free. Backup weapon. My Magnum Sharpie. Thing's thick. No one's gonna stand a chance against that. Do I go down the street? This is a nice street though, I like it. Oh, Google Maps. step. I think we go right here. Yeah, let's just go this way. This is pretty nice. Yeah, it looks like it's got some history to it. I'm gonna be able to tell you the history. I'm supposed to start the day while it's still not too hot. Yeah, we're going right. This road will take us all the way to the interstate. Ooh, a shop for gentlemen. Oh. Could use a haircut. Do I count as a gentleman? I'm not sure. Looking for a decent restaurant. Well, I haven't eaten too much today. I had that quiche, but that won't carry me too long. I'll probably hitchhike first though. Haircut stream. I've streamed my haircuts like 3 or 4 times a night. Try to find a place that's okay with me filming it. So I remember, was I in here for the Virginia haircut where like I got the haircut and it was like, these are super nice. They didn't speak much English, but gave me a haircut. It's a good haircut. But after like they finished, they started like hitting me. Like it was like a massage thing, but it's just like all of a sudden I was getting like punched and slapped in the back, and I'm like, I didn't expect this. I kind of like it, but like I didn't know I signed up for this. I didn't know I signed up for this. Hey, 50 west. Where does the 50 go? Does the 50 go through this area? Oh, west. Is there a westbound Interstate 50 out of here? Ooh, drink of the month. What is it? Butterbeer. Butterbeer latte. Has anyone ever had is butterbeer an actual thing? Wasn't that in like Harry Potter? Isn't that a Harry Potter thing? Do I go straight? I don't even know. I just stayed straight on this road and then eventually, well, it curved, but that eventually got me to. Yeah, we just straight. Okay. Who's this guy? Duvenek. Butterbeer is amazing. Tastes like butterscotch soda. Does it have alcohol in it? I'm walking through. How did I end up walking through a freaking garden? What happened to my sidewalk? Life's confusing. I didn't mean to walk through your garden. Butterbeer's from Harry Potter, but I love places with their own interpretation of it. Okay. I'm gonna have to try that at some point. This place looks less interesting than the street we were just on, but it is the way to the interstate. So it's our way to the highway. Get Butterbeer at Universal Studios, but it's expensive there. still curious what it would taste like. I'd still pay for it. It wasn't alcoholic, it's just soda. See, I feel like that's deception. Butter beer. Beer. No alcohol? Come on. Call it like de-alcoholized butter beer. Then I know what I'm getting into. Okay, it's already very warm, in my opinion. That's nice. Covington Station. This building looks like it's got some history too. I like that overhanging little bloop. I think that's the technical architecture term. To pass. I'll take the road less traveled, or the one Google Maps tells me to take. Okay, to the right, to the right. This overpass looks old. I know there's a thing on there that says when it was built. Like this could be a sketchy area at night. Hanging out underneath the overpass. They've got a bench and some rock art. I feel like people, you know, in many cities, hanging out underneath the overpass is some of the more dangerous places. This chair actually looks quite nice. Just want to look at it for a second. That's in good condition. The leather's real nice, actually. I wonder if the legs are broken or something? The actual condition of the leather is real good. Interesting. Squeaky Low, welcome to my life. More art. It's the Squiggly Doo. I assume that's what it's called. Hey, it doesn't even tell me what it's called. There's no plaque. It's the Squiggly Doo. So heavy. I feel like I'm long enough into the trip that I'd be used to it now. I'm not. I guess it's a lot easier when the temperature is cooler. It's pretty pleasant out the northeast and out Newfoundland and stuff like that. You're keeping an epic journal? Want to write a book for this? Well, I keep a journal in the form of like 12 to 15 hours of live streaming a day. And everything that gets broadcast gets saved. These places look historic as well. I like the colors. You charge your batteries? You know why I'm complaining about my backpack being so heavy? It's because I've got so many of these big mobile batteries in my backpack. That's why I'm complaining. My battery solution is why I complain.
hitchhiking on the protein shakes? Where am I gonna get the supplies for a protein shake in the morning? Or a blender? Just gonna carry a blender with me. Well, I guess you don't need a blender for like an actual shake. You just add protein powder to water or milk or whatever. This area over here looks nice too. This residential area down there. Looks like definitely some history there. Pre-made ones. They're usually pretty low like calorie count actually. Like protein shakes that you buy and stuff, like yeah, they're high in protein, but the actual like energy in them is on the low side. Like the protein's good and it's a slow burning energy. But like my goal is to just get enough calories in that my body doesn't lose weight. How many pounds are you back? I'd like to weigh it. So it weighs a lot. Probably started at 40 pounds. It's a whole lot more than that. I guarantee you that. If you're heading in the right direction. With the amount of times I've checked my Google Maps, I certainly hope so. I'd be very disappointed in myself if I was still heading the wrong way. So shoes are closed. All I saw was a black garbage bag that maybe had something in it. I'm already dripping sweat. See that? Drip of sweat running down my face. Ugh. You're actually doing this? I've been streaming hitchhiking for a year and a half. It ain't anything new. I assume that's what you're talking about. I've caught about 900 rides on stream. Hitchhiking.
I never give them
Oh, get beer. Or I just get a beer. That sounds nice. So the Ohio River, it's the south. This counts as the south, but Ohio borders with Canada. You know, south of the Ohio River. So Kentucky's the south. How can you do this? 11 months of the year, 7 days a week. Plans for the special 1000. Now, our total number of total number of rides is kind of like an well, it's not 100% exact because I think we've done like some trips and rides here and there that haven't been actively logged. But probably within like 25 rides or something like that of the actual number. And same for my lifetime total of being like 1,600, give or take, is really that, give or take. Like I logged rides before I was streaming on bigger trips, names and locations where people pick me up and drop me off and stuff like that. On smaller trips and stuff, I didn't log anything. Some more time out in the street than you do at home. Yeah, 11 months of the year. And stuff in Las Vegas. Now Nevada's illegal for hitchhiking, so if I go to Las Vegas, then I'll be stuck in Las Vegas. That happened last year. almost there. I see the interstate. This isn't coming through. What do your parents think about what you do? No, it's a common question. It's not rude at all. When I started hitchhiking myself without a camera, like I did 4 years before I started streaming, my mom was not supportive. She didn't like it. She asked me not to. As I did it more and more, I think she maybe didn't like that I was doing, but I think she could appreciate it for what it was. Like, I only really had good stories to tell her. I didn't tell her the bad stories at the time. Well, not that there's really any really bad stories, but any of the sketchier moments just with people with alcohol or bad drivers and stuff like that. Didn't really tell her about that. Now with the stream, like, it's just kind of all broadcast. But again, now with the stream, like, one, she can check in on me whenever she wants to. So that's nice. And then two, I'm actually building something, I'm actually doing something other than just traveling myself for my own purpose. I think between those two things, it's much more positive in her mind. And then my dad's always been like, yeah, you do you. His family worry. My mom would worry no matter what I was doing. If I continued college, I was doing my business degree in accounting and finance. If I continued down that path and I got a job in a public accounting firm, my mom would still worry about me. How do you find money? My job is to stream full-time on Twitch. My content is hitchhiking. Some people make their living playing video games on Twitch. I make my living hitchhiking on Twitch. Dad did who he was supposed to do. So did my mom, and she was just worried, and initially was just like, that scares me, please don't do that. But it was like, I'm an adult, so I'm going to do what I want to kind of thing, and she accepted that. She didn't hold anything over my head or anything like that. She was just very scared when I started doing it. I have a lot of respect for my parents for letting me and my siblings live the life we want to live. '71 South, Lexington, Louisville. Oh, 7175. So we're gonna lose some traffic to 75, but my sign does say 71. Still, not everyone always sees exactly what your sign says. You have your own home? No. And as you said, is it worth it? It's not. The only thing I'd see is like if I manage to save up enough for a down payment on a home to like get a home and rent it out while I'm gone. I'm not in a position, like, or even really close to be able to afford one, but if I could get like a house with like a separate suite, I could rent out the house and like Airbnb the suite, but when I want to go home, hey, I could block out those days on Airbnb and just go there. Come to Tasmania sometime? I'd like to, yeah, I've been to Australia twice, but never, but never Tasmania. I do want to go there. Check your trips so you can look at your route on a map afterward. Now we're streaming, yeah. Exclamation point map. Well, it's not up to date to the minute. It's usually quite often lags behind a couple days. But it'll give you an idea what we've streamed. Oh my 175 share the same road for a while, then split. Yeah. So that's what I mean, like, decent chance someone that drives past me that's heading south will be heading 75 Lexington rather than 71 Louisville. Ever stay in motels, hotels? Yeah, it's uncommon, but definitely does happen. Alright, here's my ramp up here. Looks decent. Kentucky's got signs too, like the no pedestrians kind of thing past that point. Oh, I think I just want to sit in the shade for a moment and let some of the sweat wick off me because I am like bathed in it. Actually, probably underneath this overpass would probably be good. Sunset. And rehydrate a little bit. Any bugs? Seems fine. Jesus Christ. Alright. You're gonna annoy me, right? Or the center of the overpass. This radiation. It wasn't radiation, it was don't plant trees on this easement sign. Which is a strange one. Like, I have a feeling it'd just keep barking if I was there. And I'd get annoyed. I decided to skip that and then just overpass to cool down. There's a nice draft coming from coming through here, so that's nice as well. My body. Those sweat lines. And it's still so early. I got a nice draft rolling through here, but still. Woo, baby. You don't like sweat, sorry about this stream, but I'm outside and you're a little sweaty. Any extra clothes with you? 3 shirts, 1 pair of pants, 5 pairs of socks, 3 pairs of boxers. Hit a hotel last night or 10 again. I stayed with a viewer last night, which is really good because I got to do laundry and take a shower. So I'm fresh to shower, so this is clean sweat, but it's just, oh, what a way to start. I'm happy I got an early start today. If I had to redo that whole walk closer to noon, this would be a lot worse. Beer beds. I'm sorry, did you miss the whole 8 days straight in the United States of America where I slept in my tent every night? I must have missed that. That's weird. my rule is I can't take a ride from one city or one town to the next. If it's around the city, like it isn't breaking my rules. Quite often I'll be stubborn and I don't want to accept any rides. But because I go through those periods of being stubborn, people freak the fruit out whenever anyone drives me anywhere down the road at all. Even though they drive me right back to where they picked me up, like just to like go grab some food or something like that. I'm actually probably going to try and go through Tennessee and then west on 40. I'm just going to need a few minutes here. Let's sweat dry a little bit. What I'm looking for is 71/75 south. Both are southbound, but I don't think I want to go Lexington. Southeast. Well, actually, looking at it now, it's pretty much almost straight south, maybe a little bit east. How about Louisville southwest, which is a better direction to go. I think I came up through Lexington last time. When I was last in Cincinnati, I think it was coming from south north. I think it was Lexington north of Cincinnati. I did last year. Nevada is illegal for hitchhiking, so I'll be avoiding Nevada as a whole as best I can on this trip. I'll be crossing into California through Nevada, or sorry, Arizona most likely. Just over 2,000 miles. As far as distance traveled, we've done just over half of what I need to do. It's real dirty. Oh, you maybe did go through Lexington. Okay, yeah. So that's the route I took last time. Going through Kansas is difficult. Is it? Have you hitchhiked through there before? Or like, difficult how? So if I get to an interstate and I'm going to spend some good time on there, I can make a real nice interstate sign. I really want to find some nice white cardboard and use those red and blue tip pens that Tragic Monster gave me. Make a properly colored interstate 40 in that case. Strider Eden, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the Twitch Hackers. It's better. It's not good. It's better. Ever hitched in Florida? Yeah, but just through the Panhandle and the northern parts. I haven't gone into anywhere really south at all in Florida. Plane? What about plane? I've hitchhiked 5 airplanes. Alright, I'm almost ready. I just want a little bit of time to like burn off the sweat a little bit. Standing still outside, it won't be too bad. Like, just carrying the big backpack, that's really brutal on me. on track to make TwitchCon? Yeah. If you look at this day 13, we've done 2,500 miles, something like that. We've got another 2,200 miles, I think. And we got 14 days to do it, so we're pretty much on pace. I still have to do good mileage days, but heading through the Midwest and stuff like that, things get pretty spread out. So I'll probably get some long distance rides. So I'm feeling good about it. On the road again. Today at school, I gave the girl that I like a handmade gift. Later, I saw it in the trash bin. Any advice? She doesn't like you. That's okay. You shot your shot, and it didn't work out. That's life. It's a very important life skill to be able to handle rejection in stride. No matter what you do, you're going to face rejection. And it's good to learn early on to not take rejection too hard. What are you waiting for? I'm cooling off. I don't know, you can see the sweat lines. Give myself a few minutes to cool off. If I don't like rejection, then keep getting rejected until you can tolerate rejection. Because you're going to deal with rejection. That's life. No matter what you do. You're going to get a lot of no's. Can't hitchhike sweaty, that's hitchhike. Oh, you definitely can. My spot's gonna be out in the sun, so I'm just gonna let myself cool off a little bit. Remember that when I'm under a bridge going to TwitchCon? What? To deal with rejection in stride? I don't understand where, when I'm under a bridge heading to TwitchCon, is relevant. I know I'm under a bridge going to TwitchCon, but I don't know how that would be relevant for you. Place or state you've been through? You consider anywhere really creepy? Not really. I should deal with bullies in my school. That's a tough situation because the way the school systems are set up, at least in North America, and at least in Canada, is they really punish people that stand up for themselves. But in a lot of situations with bullies and stuff like that, they're gonna keep doing it until that person stands up for themselves. So I don't want to recommend. I don't know how much I should recommend, but I think at some point you have to stand up for yourself. You might get in a little bit of trouble, but then they'll stop. Not many people are gonna hitch around the world. They can, they just don't. Hitchhiking is cheap. It's not like there's a big barrier to entry into the hitchhiking world. I did 4 years before I started streaming. By definition, it's an inexpensive way of traveling. Because you have your land transportation covered. They just don't. They don't want to, and that's fair enough. I understand not wanting to. Go to TwitchCon next year, 2020 Lowell. I've been to San Jose last fall, Berlin this spring, going to San Diego this fall. If they're doing another spring one, I'd say 90% chance I'm going to that one. Any paranormal spooky things? No. No, nothing. First time drinking today, what alcoholic drink would you recommend me? As a first time drink, you're probably not gonna like it. Anyone here, the first time you ever tried something alcoholic, did you enjoy it? Everyone I know that like tried their first drink, they did not enjoy it. TwitchCon in London? Is there a TwitchCon in London? Are they planning? Is that next spring? As far as I know, they haven't announced the location for next spring's TwitchCon if they're going to be doing one. Enjoyed that on the first drink. Didn't like it at first. I'd say for first drink, a mixed drink would be the easiest. It would probably be like, and this would be the way I would have seen it when I first tried any alcoholic beverage. Is a mixed drink is like, okay, well yeah, you take my Coca-Cola that I enjoy Coca-Cola, and then you add this weird like harsh bitter flavor to it. Why would you ruin Coca-Cola like that? Looking up to friends whose dad made home brews and homemade wine. Glass strawberry wine. But did you enjoy it when you first tried it? I think for most people, alcohol is like over time, they learn to enjoy it. Alright, almost ready to go. So it'll be a year for me in October since you met me. Yeah. TwitchCon's a month earlier than last year. Given the weather right now, I wish it was a month later right now. It's the same for sex. I don't know about that. I think most people are pretty excited about it when they first do it. They might not be proficient at it, but they're pretty excited and enjoy it. Since I followed the stream. Oh, okay, alright. Hey, how's it going? Plan right now for you. I'm on right next to the on-ramp out of Covington, Kentucky to Interstate 71/75 South. I'm trying to get a ride, and I will be trying to get a ride down 71 South direction, Louisville, Kentucky, and then beyond that to Nashville, Tennessee, most likely. Let me kid, just dead weight. Well, I'm gonna get it all fixed and repaired and changed in certain ways. But that won't be until TwitchCon. Most of the weight is batteries, and I actually am using the batteries. I'm just complaining about it because it weighs a lot. It weighs a lot. Toa Falkman? Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. Thank you. Ever answer the make famous guy like you really make famous? Don't you want to be famous? I'm like, what did I say? Not really. Making good time to Cali? Yeah, I'm satisfied with our progress so far, and we gotta keep it up. If I only make it to Louisville today, I won't be too disheartened. But I think we're gonna push past and see if we can make it to Nashville. Load Standard's new girlfriend is a coconut taped to him up, okay? Whatever makes you happy, my friend. Whatever makes you happy. Miles to you're there, 2,200 miles or so. It is now 10 o'clock. Alright, come on, motivation. Sweat line's mostly dried up. Alright. Still going on this $35 deal, 20,000 mAh batteries Amazon saw yesterday. That's US dollars. That's fairly typical. find some kind of brand in that price range. I'm not sure if that was one of your more like premium brands at $35. I'm not loyal to any brand on batteries unless you want to sponsor me any battery brands. I use a lot of batteries, and we talk about batteries all day because the most commonly asked question is how do you keep your stream charged? Batteries. And I can pull out your batteries and be like, this stream is brought to you by the power provided by insert brand name here. Great advertisement, hashtag ad. We're not there yet. I wasn't angry, but I had good reviews. Just keep in mind that Amazon reviews are kind of like not real a lot of the time. Some are absolutely, like the majority of them will be like real reviews, but you can pay for reviews on Amazon, and it really helps you get sales. So people will pay for fake reviews from it. Also, some people get sent free stuff just so they send a review, and if they get sent free stuff, they're gonna give a good review on it. Just keep that in mind. 2 AA batteries on you. I have a ton of large mobile batteries. Like sometimes, based on how the reviews are written and stuff, you can tell whether they're real or not. But if you look at the overall picture, a lot of times, like just looking at the number of reviews and the star count could 100% be fabricated. What's a Prime sub? A Prime sub is if you have Amazon Prime, then you can link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, and you get 1 free Twitch Prime sub every month. It supports the streamer the same as if you were a tier 1 sub, like a paying sub, but it doesn't actually cost you anything as long as you already have Amazon. Fake spot site. I think I have used that before, yeah. Alright, just ride with a sketchy individual for your life. Because they suck at driving, but I don't think anyone that's picked me up that I've actually driven with has meant me any harm. Like, our exclamation point famous guy is like probably the most like, I want nothing to do with you, man, kind of person to pull over for me. Well, he was like crazy. I didn't want to get in. I've had people that were like aggressive. I didn't want to get into the car, and I did. Exclamation point crazy driver is an example of that. The batteries are often sour grapes mentioned about something product company's fault. I think generally, if we're assuming that the reviews are legit, so 1-star reviews are just people, like you said, sour grapes venting about something that has nothing to do with anything relevant. 5-star reviews can be sponsored, promoted, anything like that. There's like, I love it, I love everything about it, there's no flaws. There's usually flaws about things. It's your 2 to 4-star reviews will be your most enlightening, where they'll talk about the pros and the cons. So I tend to not really care about the 1-star reviews or the 5-star reviews. I want to see people that had mixed opinions on it. Because if it's paid, if they're paying for ratings and stuff like that, it's going to all be 5 stars, right? So the legit ones will generally be like, like a 3-star review. So it's a bad vibe immediately with the famous guy. Yeah, as soon as you start talking, it's just like, this guy is off the walk, off his rocker. Yeah, anyway, some phrase meaning a little bit out there. Alright, I'm ready to go. Let's go hitchhike. TripAdvisor, I think any reviews kind of thing, your middle of the road kind of reviews are quite often fairly level-headed. Although sometimes people will be like, their review will be like, everything was wonderful, would recommend this to everyone, I loved it, I had a great time, blah 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 blah, 3 stars. And you're like, you worded this like a 5-star review and you gave it 3 stars. Sometimes the stars in the actual rating are so we're in Cincy. in Cincy. It's the only one, so I think I'm just gonna cut it off. Otherwise, it's just gonna be flopping around. Important for your sign to look nice and neat. I think people will associate your mental state with the state of your sign. So if you have a hastily scribbled out sign that looks like, they'll associate your mental state with kind of wild, crazy. Like that's 100% speculation. Again, I don't have like statistics or like anything to back any of that up. That's just how I see it. If you make a neat sign, then people assume you have your stuff together a little bit more. But yeah, I like making interstate shield signs. I think they're fun. All right, let's go. I do like these signs. All right. Okay, let's go. Sense and have an art gallery with it. I have a ton at home. I owe several to be given away. But yeah, if I don't end up giving all of them away, I'll probably like make a wall out of it or something like that. Oh, the places you'll go. Here's a ramp. There's our, pedestrian sign. I'm not sure if you can read it that well. The sun's so off to the side, but a little bit behind me. It might be a little bit difficult to get light on my sign so people can see it well. It is fairly large and just bold. So even if it's kind of in the shade, they'll probably be able to read it ish. I'm gonna stand about here so I'm not too far down the ramp. Plenty of room to pull over. This is our line of sight, so they turn right or they go straight to this, but it's a three-way stop because it's a one-way coming this way. So people have to stop essentially before they turn onto the road. I think it's a good spot to hitchhike. Traffic seems pretty steady, so I'll be kept active. Fire engine. Is that the official name? Fire engine? Fire? Do you say fire truck? Is it an engine or a truck? Yeah, I can take my sunglasses off. Yeah, we can get the sign lit okay. 75, and they didn't want the camera. But, so, does anyone know, I can look it up myself, but between here and the 75 junction, would there be, it's probably like a little off-ramp I could get dropped off that would be better than a city on-ramp, or on-ramp, sorry, words. Yeah, I should look that up. 'Cause that's what I was talking about. Well, I couldn't get the ride anyway because of the camera, but there's a good chance I'll get people that are going 75. Exactly yesterday morning, this spot's a whole lot better. There's only like 2 ways you can go, 71, 75, and I think it's going to be split pretty evenly. I don't know if anyone knows the area better than me, but I think it's going to be split pretty evenly. Stay away from 75. The thing is, I'm just curious if there's a spot along when 71 and 75 are the same highway, if there's a better on-ramp I could be dropped off at before it splits to 75. I think we can go direct to Louisville rather than having to transit like Lexington. Necessary step. Left off town Richwood. Services and a travel center. Okay. How does the ramp look based on your experience watching the stream? I know I'm asking you to like do my own kind of research that I usually do. I think you watch enough, you can kind of know what I'm looking for in an on-ramp. I broke a few things. So I'm back to yourself for the time being. I'll be back on a live based setup in high quality, probably after TwitchCon. Hitchhiking dreams? I don't remember my dreams. Can't be like, you know, like those cloverleaf junctions where it's like a high speed, low shoulder, probably just straight up illegal in the first place. Junction like that. Need a cowboy hat. Yeah, it casts a shadow on your face though. I usually try to not wear a hat when I'm actively hitchhiking. Traffic, I like it. The spoiler on the bed of a truck really do much. From Richmond, Kentucky. Is that where people are saying? That's where people are saying I can get a ride before the 75 split, right? probably heading to work. We're at just after 10 a.m. now. I think from like 10 to 3 is probably your best hitchhiking hours. Morning rush hour, I think, is very much for people heading to work. We're a little bit past that. And then evening rush hour, it's people just wanting to go home. I think anywhere between morning and evening rush hour is probably your best hours. We live there. If I get someone going to 75, like Lexington direction, I might be in that town. Let's catch a ride. Going back east. Wait, what's the one that's on the 71/75 before it splits? There's something. It is real hot out already though. Richwood, sorry. I got Richmond and Richwood mixed up. State over B, we're possibly going Nashville, Tennessee. So Tennessee. Already there? Yeah, it feels hot. Got my sunscreen on. Ever tried to hitchhike a plane on the way? I've hitchhiked on 5 airplanes, all within a state in the United States. I haven't hitched a plane anywhere else. So south on-ramp in Richwood looks really promising. Okay. So if I get someone that, even though I got a 71 sign, if they're going 75, I'll take a ride to Richwood. Thanks for the advice, or for the information, guys. Weirdest thing you've seen out on the side of the road? Well, I guess you'll get bottles of urine just hanging out on the side of the road. Truck drivers that don't want to pull over just go in a bottle and toss it out the window, which is stupid. Disrespectful to nature. Like that. Exclamation point plane shows you how. Or how I did on one. It's networking your way onto planes. Same spot as yesterday? Nope. I started in Cleveland yesterday. I'm now just south of Cincinnati in Covington, Kentucky. I like this ramp though. I think we're gonna get decent traffic here. Or like there's a decent frequency of traffic, and I don't think it'll take too long for us to find someone heading out of the city. Richwood is in fact Walton, Kentucky. Alright. There. Richwood, Walton. Alright. The traffic, yeah, they have to stop. There's a three-way stop because it's one way this way, so it's not a four-way stop. Everyone that's coming this way, there's other directions they can be going here, but anyone that goes onto this on-ramp has to stop at a stop sign. Well, unless they just roll through. But still, they're stopping or going very, very slow through this intersection, and then they turn on, immediately see me. They've got time to process this. In my mind, this highway's all backed up right now. I'm surprised it's so backed up at 10, 20. Maybe there was that fire engine. Well, it didn't go on this ramp. I don't know. There could be an accident. It just feels like it's after rush hour. There's the police. We'll see if I get talked to by the Kentucky police. 22 minutes for a ride. Local police. From the Colorado this trip? Based on the kind of routing I'm looking at doing, no. But you never know with hitchhiking. I'm kind of thinking of heading Nashville, getting up to Interstate 40 and taking that most of the way out west, which will not go through Colorado. But like you never know, like right here I get picked up by someone that's going that way and kind of a sure why not, let's go that way decision. From here, Traffic Highway really looks to be bad for Smile Less. It depends. Like a lot of them will talk to me and they'll usually be fine. But yeah, I think in their mind, they just let you be. You'll be out of their out of their town and out of their mind. They don't have to worry about you. Hopefully, someone picks you up. Although some will be of the mind that. There's Nevada, Idaho, Delaware, New Jersey, and most of Hawaii. So we're good here in Kentucky. 5 out of 50. That's true. Like, I wouldn't be a partner streamer that I've been doing it for almost a year and a half. What I was doing for streaming. When I started streaming in the United States, and we did a 50-state trip. Now you'd be like, okay, well, you went through all 50 states, and we said that 5 were illegal, so how? That sounds illegal. I didn't actually actively hitchhike in those 5 illegal states. So in the case of Delaware and New Jersey, I got picked up in Maryland by a person going through Delaware, through New Jersey, into New York State. They were going to Brooklyn. They dropped me off Staten Island. For Idaho, I got a ride right from Montana through Idaho and into Utah, which was fine again. And then from Utah, I got a ride into Las Vegas, into Nevada, and then I got stuck. And then just like, well, that's all 48, lower 48 states, whatever. So I just flew up to Alaska and hitchhiked in Alaska for a while. I got pretty stuck there in Nevada. It's the only time I really got. But like, I got really lucky with all those other states there. Another local cop. After 15 minutes, you shouldn't hitchhike. Alaska sounds fun. I missed that. Yeah, I loved Alaska, especially after being in Nevada. It was hot. I was miserable. And so like a little hitchhike there, so I was just Anyway, and then I went to Vegas and it was a lot cooler there. Like temperature-wise, and I was loving it. It was like refreshing. I was camping. People were nice. The rides came quick. You got long distance rides. I just did Anchorage to Fairbanks, and then I flew to Hawaii. It was good. That was positive. Some states you can even hitchhike on the interstate? Yeah. Some states, especially a lot of spread out ones, like you can be a pedestrian anywhere, so you can hitchhike anywhere. Texas is one of those. North and South Dakota, Montana, I think was one of them. There's probably others. I just remember being in those states. Which is nice to have that freedom. Even in those states, though, like say I'm in North Dakota, I hitchhiked out of Fargo, both west and south out of Fargo, and both times I used on-ramps rather than just being on the interstate. Get that slower traffic, it's easier for people to pull over. He gave me a pinch. What I mean by that is a little like short distance. Longest wait time, 8.5 hours. Nelson, BC. It was amazing. That's what I said. Michigan usually. Channel North to Havasu, Grand Forks. Yeah, like, I'll do it. I didn't really think much of North South Dakota, but I enjoyed them. They're good for hitchhiking. We've got a lot of freedoms there. There's some interesting places geographically. I think more in South Dakota than North Dakota. Louisville. Sorry? Okay. Thank you.
And your son's made up for the cross country trip.
Oh yeah. Going all the way to California.
Alright, what part?
San
Don't
Diego.
matter. All of it.
San Diego. I actually have a convention to go to.
You're making a film about hitchhiking.
Yeah,
Great American way. I love it. I used to do it all the time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have some stuff to talk about then.
I tell my kids to do it. And
Oh, you tell them to do it? I'm surprised.
You up, and I'm like, man, this goes against everything now, you know. Let's see, you can push it back or
All right.
raise it up, lay it by, it don't matter.
Oh, I like hitchhiking in the U.S. A lot of people drive these trucks, and they're always very comfortable.
You look like you're like jammed up in the front there, though.
Oh, I still got leg room. I'm not as tall as you think I am.
I'm Michelle.
Trevor.
Nice
to meet you.
Good answer.
Oh, it's a hot one today.
It's gonna get worse.
I know.
What is it? It's 88 only.
88. But yeah, it's only 10:30, so
Right.
we got a lot of room to go up there.
Well, we have air conditioning.
Oh.
That's the only way I ride. I'm old.
I'm happy to be riding with you then. We got air conditioning. Life's good.
Yeah, I'm going all the way to toward Fort Knox.
Where is Fort Knox, like, in relation to Louisville? Which direction?
Okay, it's gonna be west of Louisville.
West of Louisville, okay.
I mean, toward where you're going, Nashville.
It is? Okay.
But I don't know at what point you want to get out or
Okay.
head a different direction.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
At some point I'll
Probably
pull out a map on my
Elizabethtown,
phone
maybe?
and, yeah, sorry?
Elizabethtown, maybe.
Yeah, I'll check a map and then just see where you're going and how that relates to where I'm going. But yeah. But when you were hitchhiking, was that around local or did you do some longer?
I was out west. I lived in Oregon.
Oh, you lived in Oregon? Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm from the near Vancouver, Canada. So.
I'm from the country anyway, but I just thought that town was particularly small. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And it rained every freaking day.
Well, yeah. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest, right?
Yeah.
I know that. I'm from Vancouver Island. It's considered a rainforest. Was that right on the coast, or was that more inland in Oregon?
It wasn't on the coast. I'm trying to think. It was kind of just a little bit after you crossed over from California.
Okay.
Like the
That's the southern. Okay.
type
Yeah. Okay. I've been through.
neighborhoods.
Well, I've been through I-5 and 101 in that area of.
I thought one of the
Oregon.
most interesting places out there was Humboldt County. I had a girlfriend who lived there, and she was a hippie chick. And,
Yeah.
you know, I'd always heard that was like the pot place of America where the best. and
Yeah.
Everybody grows, and it's the damn truth.
It has a name. It's like a something emerald triangle, or there's a.
I haven't heard that before.
There's maybe.
I just remember finding her little trailer out in the middle of the woods, full of weed, and we partied for a week, and I left.
Hey, but now it's is it legalized recreationally in that?
In California, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, where I'm from in Canada now, it's all fully legalized, taxed.
Isn't that wonderful?
It's yeah. I don't even smoke myself, but I don't care if anyone
I
does.
can't either.
But I think I never thought it should be illegal in the first place.
Right.
And where I'm from, it's kind of like that area, Humboldt County, where everyone grows it, and it's just kind of very out in the open, even when it was illegal.
Right. Because nobody cares. All the cops.
Yeah,
are
they
getting
don't care.
hot, too.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Are you hungry?
I could eat. I had a little something at a coffee shop, but yeah. What are you feasting for?
Anything.
Yeah.
Just something I can go to, drive through, and leave.
Yeah. But do you live in Covington?
No, you know where Mason is?
Mason?
It's north of Cincinnati, about
north of Cincinnati. Okay.
25 miles. You know where Kings Island is?
I don't know.
It's like a big amusement park, but anyway.
Okay. Oh no, I drove past that yesterday. I was started in Cleveland yesterday.
Okay.
Went all the way to Cincinnati, and I think we drove past that. It was an amusement park. Yeah, saw it on the side. That's on 71, right?
I have a house down in Kentucky that I'm trying to sell, and I have 3 dogs there, and I just found out my dog sitter hasn't been showing up, and this is like day 4, and it's hot as hell.
Oh,
They
okay.
haven't eaten or had any water.
Yeah.
And so I'm making an emergency
Sure.
visit.
Yeah, okay. Like, so the dog sitter hasn't showed up? Like, do you know why? Like, they're just
Well, she doesn't
AWOL?
have a car, but she's staying at my place. But she's a rambler, you know, she's one of these that, she got warrants out, so she's always on the lam, kind of hiding out type shit.
Yeah.
And she just bums rides from everybody, and it works. But I guess these past 4 days, it has not worked. And I was like, damn, you could at least let a bitch know.
Well, yeah, that's important.
You know,
You got dogs there, like.
somebody else to come pick you up, or get the key and go water them. I don't want them to die.
No, definitely. Definitely worth the trip out
Someone
this way.
kill
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
So I'm spending $100 to get there and back and water my dogs. You know, because this truck is not good with the gasoline.
No? The newer Fords aren't too bad.
19.5 a gallon.
Miles per gallon? Okay. What year is this truck?
18.
18. Because they're getting more and more efficient, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I heard the newer
talked to
Fords are
other
pretty
people,
decent.
They
Yeah.
get like 12.
Yeah, so
But
compared to like a small car, it's not good. But for a truck,
right,
it's pretty decent.
I had a Ford Focus that would get like 40.
Where'd your Ford Focus go?
It got trashed. I ran over a wheel in the road off one of them kind of trucks.
Oh,
And it
someone
was
lost their
just
wheel?
never
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah. And then what made you decide to get a truck, or you already had a truck and that's your main vehicle now?
No, I traded it. Tailgaters. That was the main reason I got a truck, because people tailgate too much and it scared me.
Oh, so you
Always
like
made me
being in a
nervous.
bit of a bigger vehicle for safety? Okay.
Yes. I'm gonna get pinstriped on my tailgate. Tailgaters. Because some little boys never stop sucking their mama's tit.
Oh, have you actually seen that sign, or you're just gonna make
No,
that?
I
It's a
made it
custom.
up.
That's a custom one. All right.
Yes. I mean, it really made me nervous.
No, I can definitely understand that. Especially
I drive a lot, so the semis and everything are like, they don't play.
Especially when the semis do that, yeah. A lot of commercial trucking companies are getting like these pretty much like sonar things in their vehicles to force drivers to stay further away. And essentially, if you get too far close, it picks up that you're too close to the driver or the car in front of you.
Yeah.
And it like beeps at you, and if you get 3 beeps within this amount of time, it sends a message back to your trucking headquarters thing, and then you'll get a call from your manager and stuff like that.
What I really like is the Tesla self-driving.
Have you tried that before?
No, but I want to.
I want to try that. I've been picked up.
I've seen people doing it on the road, and it's scary looking.
Are they hands off? Or
Oh
like,
yeah, they're totally like on their phone and.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that's still illegal to be on your phone, like not paying attention, because you still have distracted driving laws. Because I don't think they have laws that apply for self-driving vehicles yet. Like they haven't like really
They need to.
officially made
'Cause
that.
That's what the people are doing.
I've seen videos like posted online of like the driver just like full on sleeping while it's driving, and that's very
what I
much.
would be doing.
You're not allowed to yet.
I don't care.
because it still requires some input, I think.
I would have a seat that like turn around and recline and.
I think we'll get to that point at some point, but they probably won't even have a steering wheel at that point. It'll just be like your car will take you where you want to go.
Yeah, just get in it and watch a movie.
See, that would be
It
wonderful.
doesn't even have to look
Your
like
commute
your
would be so much
traditional
nicer.
Car, you know, it could look like just anything, an egg or whatever, like just something to move your body.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
With wheels. Hello?
This is gonna be a tough one. This is gonna. Where do they snowbird to? Florida, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I need to pay attention. We're losing time here.
so they're here for the summer, but they switch to the winter out in Florida? Did they just head back down, or are they still here?
They're here for 2 more weeks.
2 more weeks, okay. It still very much feels like summer.
That's true.
Well, I guess it still is.
My dad cannot handle the cold.
Yeah.
But they have hurricanes down there in the summer, so they leave.
Oh, I see. All right.
And they live way down south.
Was their place affected? Because there was just a hurricane that rolled up through there.
Not their house particularly, but in their neighborhood, they have like it's a retirement trailer park.
Okay.
And it's all Ford people from Louisville.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but most of them. All their
Interesting.
buddies. They go down and ride around on their 3-wheel bicycles and drink Mai Tais all day.
Doesn't sound too bad.
But part of the trailer park did get destroyed pretty bad, yeah.
But their part was alright? Alright, well that's good. For them.
Well,
Not for the other people.
got their shit so together though. You know, they just make a phone call and it's all fixed.
I
They don't
suppose
struggle.
that's true, yeah.
They have insurance, they don't worry.
Do you ever go down there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And drink, what do you say, Mai Tais? What was that?
Yeah.
What's that?
Any kind of liquor. You
Okay.
know, they all sit around on their porch and they rotate every night where the party's gonna be. So where are you from? In Canada? Like, are you through college? And
Well, yeah, I'm from near Vancouver Island. Finished high school, went to college, did 2 years of my business degree, accounting and finance of all things. And then I started hitchhiking around my province as a means of getting around.
Is it big?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's big. From west to east across to the next province, it'll be...
It's a province. Is that like a state?
Yeah, it'll be just our version of a state. We got 10 provinces and 3 territories in Canada. How long would that drive be? Probably
so
like
if you only have
11
10
hours?
states and you look at the map, Canada's big.
Yeah, it's the second largest country in the world.
Yeah.
They're big, but they're like very tall, right? Like so, they're fairly wide, but they go further north than they do east-west, right?
Okay.
And Canada is very much hugs that southern border with our population centers because it's warmer. And north there isn't very much. There's a few cities and stuff that are based around resources, like oil and mining. It's
Farming?
Only so far north for farming because again the cold,
Yeah.
shorter growing season. But the central parts are flat, and that's our breadbasking. That's where we grow all our food. And then the coast is mountainous, beautiful, and that's our wine growing region as well, central British Columbia. We actually grow some decent wine in Canada, surprisingly as that sounds. And I'm from the coast, which is Seattle climate, so it rains.
Is it rocky? Like a rocky coast?
Yes, for the most part. You can find sandy beaches, but for the most part, they're rocky. Yeah.
And cold.
Yes, the ocean is cold. Like, we've got a popular surfing spot. It's called like out Tofino, Long Beach, and stuff like that. But everyone's wearing wetsuits or dry suits. It's definitely on the cold side of things.
Yeah, that's what it was like in Oregon. Real rocky.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Canada?
Once when I was a kid above
Okay.
Michigan.
Above
Like, it's
Michigan.
Toronto.
Okay. All right. You went to Ontario, yeah.
Like, you know, the vacation thing that Americans do because they don't know what they're doing.
Well, yeah, a lot of people go to like the Greater Toronto area, or they'll go to Niagara. There's a big one. Did you go to Niagara, the big waterfall?
Nope.
No, okay. Because that's right on the border. There's a U.S. side and a Canadian side, so even if people don't go to Canada, they'll go check out the falls.
My parents went there when they got married. I think it was part of their honeymoon or something.
Yeah, it is a beautiful place.
Dad said they had like $3 in their wallet and they couldn't decide between a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine or something.
What'd they choose?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember.
This is important.
Probably the drink. We drink in my family. What would you like?
What are you getting?
Probably a burger.
Burger.
Yep. I'll just do, the classic.
What can I get for you?
I want to get a number 1.
Single, double, or triple?
A single.
Small, medium, or large?
Small.
What's the drink?
Coke.
I think I'll get exactly the same.
And can I get the same thing twice?
So you want your number 1 small with a Coke?
Correct. You want cheese?
$13.55, thank you.
That's all good.
Thank you.
As a thanks for picking me up, can I buy your
Oh my
your meal
God,
for you?
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
You drink?
In the evenings.
Russian water?
Russian water.
Vodka. The vodka. I'm gonna doctor it out. So if you're not working, well, I guess you're working making
this is my job now, yeah.
Are you independently wealthy?
Good man.
No, I started hitchhiking and I didn't have much money in college, and that was my means of getting around. And then I discovered I liked it, and I kept doing it for fun, because I liked the people I met and the places I went. So I kept doing that. Yeah,
that's
out the front, yeah. And I did that for 4 years, and I started filming it to show people what it's like.
Am I gonna have personal identifiable information on there?
Well, you haven't sent any personal identifying information, so.
I have to pay attention now.
Hi, $13.55.
$13.55, sorry. Alright.
Oops, didn't mean to have that out.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are small?
$145.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks.
1 second, hon.
This is one of those trucks that shuts down when you stop.
Oh, okay, to just be more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm the front cup holder
You
today.
guys have a great day.
Thank you. Yep.
Alright, cool.
Kind of weird sometimes, because if you're at a stoplight and you're feeling the pressure like you need to go.
And the truck isn't on, it's kind of like a...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know, I
Up,
understand that.
it's for a second, you don't have your power steering.
Oh, I see,
Everything
okay.
has to take a second to kick in.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. That's so sick. So what things are you looking to put in your documentary?
I show people what it's like to hitchhike. Not many people do it anymore, and it's something I enjoy, so I show
What's
my
it
whole
like?
experience. Well, every day's new, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially on a long distance trip, you don't know where you're gonna go, like who you're gonna meet and how you're gonna get there is every day is new. I don't know where I'm gonna end up today. I go until the sun sets, and that's where I'm staying for the night. So we'll see where I end
What kind
up.
of shoes you wearing?
Sorry?
Like walking shoes?
Like some boots. They're decent. They work in the city and they work in the bush. So, but it's
Waterproof, I hope.
well. There's no waterproof membrane, but they're like a full grain leather. So if you keep them oiled, they're pretty good. But you know, I haven't had too much rain, and like I do try to shelter from the rain if it's going down real bad. So yeah.
Have you ever been in a bad situation, like dangerous?
Some people are like dangerous drivers.
Oh, am I?
No, you're fine.
I'm slow.
No, like some people are like they're passing people when they shouldn't be, like into oncoming lanes, and they're all over the road and stuff like that. I can tell as soon as someone starts driving if they're competent at driving, and you're totally fine. Like I've been picked up hitchhiking where at about 1,600 times in my life. So like I've driven in the passenger seat of many vehicles, right? But like that's the most normal one. I had one. I was staying at my tent because I sleep in a tent. Outside in rural Arkansas, and a car pulled up at night, and I didn't know what they were doing there, so I turned off my light while I was setting up my tent. It was next to a riverbank, and this car pulled up, and I waited, and then there was like bang gunshots, and it was in my direction. I don't know if you had gunshots coming your way, but it has a different sound than if they're going away from you.
Yeah, like a hunt. So yeah, you hear that kind of stuff.
But I made the judgment call. The person didn't know they were shooting at my direction, like my way, but they were. So I turned on my light and called out and stuff like that. And it's like nighttime in like the most like rural area of Arkansas. And I'm like walking up to someone that was shooting my way.
Scary.
And there's a guy, he just bought a 9mm pistol, and he was shooting it at this sign. But it just so happened like I was right behind the sign. He decided to start shooting it like right behind that sign.
Oh my god.
So yeah, he once he confirmed there's no one else behind that sign, he continued to shoot at that sign, test out this new gun he'd bought, and then offered me some weed, but I don't smoke, so he got in his car and drove away.
Did you let you shoot it?
No, I didn't shoot it. And yeah, I have shot a gun. My very first day hitchhiking in the United States, in Washington State, northern Washington State, these guys offered me a place to stay. And then they showed me some of their guns, and I told them I'd never shot a gun before. Not because I didn't want to, but because I just didn't really know anyone with guns where I was from in Canada. And they're like, yeah, do you want to try? So they just gave me a pistol and a rifle to try, and we went out to some bluffs and shot some targets. And it was a good time.
I love guns.
Like, I'll say that's, as far as hitchhiking and the interactions you have when people first pull over, it's pretty common in the United States for people to be like, yeah, I can give you a ride, and they're like super pleasant, and they're like, just so you know, I have a gun on me. Like, and I don't think that's negative, but that's very common, and that's the only country where I've had that be a common thing.
Well, see, you're not a cop, so I don't have to disclose that. I have to.
You have to. No, and no, you need to. It's just a lot of people have that that warning before you get in the car, just to like, in case you wanted to, like, because a lot of people are scared of hitchhikers and think they're gonna try and rob them and stuff like that. So they just put that idle threat there just to let you know that it won't end well if you try to do anything. What type of guns do you have?
I have a 12 gauge.
Okay.
And a 380.
Is a 380 is that a revolver, like a 6-shot, or is it?
Oh no, more than that.
Okay.
It's like a 9mm.
Okay.
With a clip.
Okay. And that one do you carry on your person? Okay.
It's kind of tricky because the laws in Ohio and Kentucky aren't the same.
Oh, okay.
In Kentucky, I can conceal it. In Ohio, I cannot.
You can carry it, but it has to be displayed, kind of? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Interesting. And the shotgun, do you go hunting with it, or? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And mainly home protection.
Mm.
There's a lot of weirdos out here in the country.
Is there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, where I come from, the county, it's called Meade. Can you delete that?
Yeah, well, kind of. No. Like once it goes, it gets sent to a server. I can delete the VOD after, but
Please don't put that in your book.
the county.
Yeah.
Well, the county's pretty large, right?
No.
No.
The one I just talked about.
No.
It's like not large at all.
Oh, okay.
It's a small town.
All right.
Damn it, Janet. You know the Rocky Horror Picture Show. You ever seen that?
I never have, but I've heard it in like several pieces of like pop culture kind of thing. It's a popular thing.
Damn it, Janet.
Would you say you get more weird people out in the country or in the cities?
They're everywhere. They walk amongst us. I can't, distinguish. It's crazy both ways.
I definitely prefer to spend more time out in rural areas than the cities, though. For what I do, and like hitchhiking from town to town to me has a nice, feel to it compared to trying to get rides out of big cities and stuff like that.
Yeah. They want you to Uber everything. Cities.
Yeah.
We don't have Uber though. Down there.
Out in the country there, yeah. Yeah. With me hitchhiking, a lot of people it's a very common statement people get like watching what I make is they'll be like, why don't you just get an Uber? Why don't you just get a taxi? I'm going to California. Mm-hmm. That'd be a very expensive taxi.
True.
That'd be a very expensive cab.
So you're gonna knock out about 150 miles, maybe?
Yeah, it's about 100 to Louisville, and then you're going past it. Is that on Interstate 65? Is that what it's called?
It will be eventually,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's cool. Like if I'm trying to do good distance, it makes my life a lot easier if I don't get dropped off in the city, if I can bypass it. So yesterday I got dropped off just north of Columbus, and I had two offers for a ride into the city, but if I get into the city, then I gotta navigate the city and find a good on-ramp or something to hitchhike out of the city, which can be difficult. And you'll get a lot of local. Yeah, that's a good one for being close to the city center. So I like that ramp in that area. A lot of time it's a lot harder to find that. I spent like 4+ hours trying to hitch a ride out a local on-ramp in Cleveland. It wasn't the right type of traffic, a lot of local traffic. But it's hard. A lot of times there's not another on-ramp like really walkable distance. Like it's miles and miles and miles to the next one. So you can't really improve your situation too much. So you'll end up in some disheartening situations hitchhiking where you're just, the spot isn't the best and stuff like that, but there's not really much options. You can't walk onto the highway because you get picked up by the state police or local police.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like behind where you saw me standing, there's a sign. It's like no pedestrians, no bicycles, no motorcycles under 5 horsepower, stuff like that. And I just can't walk past that sign. Yeah.
Well, I passed you, and I turned around and came back.
Oh, you did do a whole turnaround. Okay.
I had to go up to the next exit and turn around.
How far was that?
Not far.
Okay, all right.
But the whole time I'm like, God, I used to do this when I was a kid, and I loved it.
So because a lot of people, when they did it when they were younger, it was like they did it out of necessity because they didn't have wheels, they didn't have a car or license yet. But you actually enjoyed it?
Yeah, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a job either because I had just gotten there. But I like to go out, and so I always wanted to go down the road, not walkable.
Yeah.
And, shoot pool and drink beer or whatever. So I would enjoy it.
Okay. What's the furthest you went hitchhiking?
Oh gosh, not far, like 20, 30 miles maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But I was always by myself, and it was always at night. I remember that. And I should have been scared out of my mind, but I wasn't.
Did you always have positive experiences with it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Because after hitchhiking for, pushing 6 years now, I've set like these rules for myself that just with how much I do it, I think make it safer for how long I'm doing it. Now, one of my rules is once the sun sets, I'm done hitchhiking. Like I'm cutting it off for the day. and we'll try again in the morning after I get some sleep.
Right.
I also talk to my drivers before I get into them to kind of feel out their personality. I've turned down rides because people come off in an aggressive way, or like you could tell they're kind of off the rocker.
Like weed.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't stop me.
I've turned down rides because people just come off in a way that you don't want to ride with them.
And how do you break that?
How do I
dismiss them?
It's just, thanks for stopping. I'm gonna wait for the next ride. Have a nice day. Shut the door. Walk away. Try to be as polite as possible. Usually, I've turned down rides because someone comes off in an aggressive way. It's like I walk up to the window. I'm like, "Hey, where are you bits heading to?" And they're just like, "Just get in the car" or something like that.
No fucking way.
And you're like, "What? Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm not."
Right. I would be scared to death.
And I still
Get in the car.
I still politely decline them, and then usually they might like curse or just grumble, and then they like do a burnout and drive away. And
oh my god, that's hilarious! And you film it the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you filmed me pulling up?
Well, you weren't in frame because you pulled up in front of me.
Those people pulled past you?
Yeah. Because you drove past me, so you knew where I was, so you pulled up in front of me. Most people, they're deciding as they're passing you, and they pull up right behind you.
True.
That's the most common spot. So yeah, I noticed you pull in like as you were, as you already made the turn, you like had made that decision. So I was curious on the situation, but it makes sense that you.
Well, when I passed you the first time, you smiled and nodded your head, and I thought, well, that's polite. I've never seen anybody do that before. And you're young and clean. That was important.
Right on. I'm doing it good then.
How do you stay clean?
You got me on a good day. Someone that watches the program gave me a couch to sleep on and a shower, and I got to do laundry last night. I was 3 days unshowered yesterday, which isn't too bad. Before that 3 days unshowered, like I had a shower. Before that, I was 7 days unshowered in my last stint, which you're getting a little bit. Like I use wet wipes to kind of like keep things under control, but like there's only so much you can do.
I know, right?
And also I got to do laundry, and that was like 2+ weeks without laundry, so I was like, oh, nice. So you caught me on like the best day.
Koreans where they get in the creek and
Yeah, you can definitely, like, if I find a good like swimming hole or something like that, you can bathe in there, and I have done that before. You just have to find it.
Right. So when is your symposium or seminar or whatever?
That's on the 27th through 29th of September here.
Oh, okay.
So I got about 2 weeks, so I got to be there. And I've been on this trip for 13 days now. I started in St. John's, Newfoundland, and I've already done as far east as you can be in North America.
Oh, okay.
Like east. It's literally like right next to St. John's is Cape Spear, and that's the most easterly point in North America.
And you're kind of at the mercy of the direction you take for the people that are bringing you there.
Absolutely. So people are like, oh, what's your route to San Diego? I'm like, well, it kind of depends who picks me up, right? Like if I'm in a city, I can kind of pick a highway. But from that, like if someone was going like this way, Louisville, but then they're going west, like somewhere that's still in the right direction, just not what would make logical sense if I was hitchhiking out of Nashville myself.
Right.
I'll take it. Like currently my thought is I'm going to hitchhike into Nashville and then west on Interstate 40, and that takes me all the way to California. So I'll probably just get on that interstate and ride that baby all the way.
I took a trip out there one time on Route 66.
Oh, you took the whole route. So where does that historically originate and terminate?
I started in southern Missouri.
Southern Missouri, okay.
I don't think there's too much before that. In fact, that might be the beginning.
Okay.
I don't remember. And took it all the way out to Mexico. I didn't make it quite into California, but I was going to Vegas, so I had to turn.
Okay. All right. You gamble a bit?
Yeah, I like it.
Slots, or you have a game? Take your game.
Yep.
You play table games too?
I have, yeah.
I try to avoid
They
it.
make me nervous, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're more stressful than a slot because like I don't know, you're playing with other people. Well, that's true. You can.
And I don't have a lot of money like that, you know. I can go spend 2 weeks in Vegas, but I'm not like trying to lose $1 million or anything.
I try to avoid it because I can see the appeal and it is really fun when you do it. But you know, the casino's got an edge, so I'm at the end of the day, I'm probably not going to come out ahead if I do this enough. So I might as well just not do it. And if I do, I gotta walk in with like $100 and be like,
That's exactly what
I'm paying for X amount of hours of entertainment. If I end up with $0, that's fine. I paid for entertainment. If I came out ahead or break even, then that is wonderful. I got the entertainment for free, or I earned money being
That's
entertained.
what I do. I have another goal though. Another motivator is you get to drink for free.
That's true. Yeah, when you're
So I don't care where I sit down. I just need to be near a waitress.
Yeah.
I scope that out on purpose.
Yeah.
Looking for a waitress because some of them are kind of like not real good.
Mm-hmm.
I need one that's on her toes.
And the hotels there are pretty cheap too, so
yeah,
you can do a Vegas vacation pretty reasonably priced. But for what I do, hitchhiking is actually illegal in the state of Nevada, so I avoid it at all costs. I'm going through Arizona into California.
Right.
Yeah.
Jody Harry's country.
Yeah. It's illegal in Nevada, Idaho, Delaware, New Jersey, and most of Hawaii. But I don't think the police would bother you in Hawaii, to be honest.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Huh?
There's homeless people in Hawaii, and it's like if you're going to be homeless somewhere, that's the place to be.
You think so? I know it's warm, so you don't have like a rough winter climate.
And they have these places you can, on the beach, you know how you wash your feet off the sand. I mean, you literally could probably take a shower and nobody would give a shit.
That's true. A lot of the beaches do have like cold water showers, freshwater showers that you can, yeah, you can post up there. There you go. I'm just gonna go live in Hawaii and be homeless. I can't do that. Like U.S. border services. I'm not trying to move to America.
You're not an American.
Yeah, I'm Canadian, right? So every time I cross the border, like they end up talking to me for quite a while. Because
Really?
like I crossed into Maine, and I'm like, I'm from Canada. And they're like, where are you heading to? I'm like, I'm going to San Diego. And they're like, okay, well this is Maine, so the exact opposite side of the United States of America. How are you planning on getting to San Diego? I'm like, oh, hitchhike. And they're like, okay. So then they have to go through like all of these questions. They want to ask, they want to know everything
say
about.
I'm going down the road to see my Aunt Sue or something.
Because it's like if they actually want to check it, then I'm caught in a lie, and then it's going to end up worse for me. Every time I've told them at 100% the truth what I'm doing, they just ask me a lot of questions, but eventually I get through. Okay. They think it's kind of funny what I do because I like I'll give you a business card when I get out. My title is professional hitchhiker. So they think it's weird, but they're like, well, there's technically nothing wrong with it. It's just obscure, so good luck. And
my new film's going to be the passenger seat, so look for me in Hollywood.
But yeah, the U.S. border is the hardest border for me. They ask a lot of questions.
You ever been down to Mexico?
Only when I was a kid, so I consider it a different experience traveling as a kid with your parents than once you're an adult and independent. I want to go at some point.
I never go.
Never go?
No. I mean, I guess I see things on TV that just scare me.
I think it's like parts of it would be higher risk than others, but your gentrified kind of tourist areas are gonna, in general, be very safe. Of course, everything, like, you could be walking down the street in Cincinnati and someone could rob you. Same thing could happen in a gentrified area of Mexico, but if you're talking like statistically, it's probably not much dangerous than walking down any street anywhere.
But the water, you can't drink the water.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of people, I've noticed a lot of people in the United States just drink bottled water anyway. Like the water at their home is perfectly like drinkable. They just don't like the flavors. So like I'm gonna.
Right. I went to Korea one time, and like you'd get a beer, and they would pop the top off of the glass bottle. Yeah. And there would be rust.
Really?
You'd have to wipe it off.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it didn't stop me.
Ain't gonna let a little rust stop me.
I did wipe it off good though. That's good.
I think Wendy's is my favorite of the major fast food chains, like comparing like McDonald's and Burger King and stuff like that. I think the burgers burgers are the best.
They taste and look more real than the other two.
Taste and look. Using all the senses here. How's the smell compare? About the same?
The floor is greasy. The workers all have attitudes.
What, at Wendy's?
No, I'm just fast
Oh,
food in
you're
general.
just no, okay.
I worked fast food. I loved it.
You did. What do you like about
I
it?
thought it was the greatest. Well, my boss was a real bitch, but she was a businesswoman.
Okay.
And I was impressed by that because that's what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And she was just tough on everybody, and I thought, ooh, this is real. Like Donald Trump. I didn't even know Donald Trump was real. And I wanted to be just like her.
Yeah.
So I figured the fry station was where I'd start.
Mm-hmm.
Do I what?
Do you have your own business? Or have you run your own business? Just based on that story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What type of business did you do?
Well, you've heard of like Grubhub and.
Oh yeah.
I had a business like that before all of them got really big.
And moved in.
It was called Food Crave.
Food Crave. Okay.
And it literally was a 5-mile radius. Central to a really, how should I say, affluent neighborhood.
Okay. And when all the Grubhub and stuff moved in, was that like priced you out of that job, or you had already moved out of it by
I
that
just
point?
didn't really know how to expand, and there was a lot of competition, so I just stopped. It was cool. You know, we had the little car toppers and the
but you just contracted.
I watched my ADT cameras. Week show. I call them credit. It's a word I've heard. Say Jack called Vanna White a criddle one time. Or no, he didn't call her a criddle. What he said was, before you go out criddling.
Criddling? Okay.
And I looked at it, I'm like, did anybody else just hear that? Pull it up on your Google. Here, pull it up on
yeah,
my
I
Google.
got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just you'll read it and get a little feel for it. 9-to-5ers. Like my parents being responsible type shit. It's the exact opposite.
So. Curdler. Top definition. A curdler is a very messed up tweaker meth head. Like a tweaker who will steal your stuff and then help you look for it. A curdler will steal your stuff, help you look for it, then try to sell it back to you, forgetting it was yours. Curdlers lurk in yards and bushes looking to steal or cause something caught their eye. Alright, okay. Alright, yeah. Curdler. Learned a word. Alright. I'm guessing this is probably like regional to this area, I'm guessing. Yeah.
That's rampant. And that's, you know, what's going on down there.
Alright. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at where you're going and where I want to go. In relation to Louisville and where you're going. Alright. Maps. So, let's see. Almost halfway to Louisville already. Beauty. Is it near Bowling Green? Or before? What? Oh, Elizabethtown, sorry.
Elizabethtown,
yeah. Okay, yeah, alright.
Or, like, Elizabethtown would be the furthest I'd go out.
Yep. Or just before.
Normally, where as far as I would go would be like Fort Knox. But that's on a Dixie Highway. That's like a road with lights and stuff.
Oh, okay,
It's not really the city.
Yeah.
But it goes straight into Elizabethtown.
Yep.
But I don't know about, I would be worried about who would pick you up.
Around Fort Knox area? Yeah, okay. Alright, let me see what we got here. Technology makes traveling so much easier.
What does?
Technology.
Oh.
Navigating, communicating, like in countries where language barrier exists.
Yeah, I wish that I had access to military equipment, like night vision goggles and...
Well, you can get consumer night vision goggles. I'm not sure how they compare to military.
Everyone that I've ever seen is worthless.
Is it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was in like, where was I? I was somewhere in, I think, Europe. And I was in an Aldi, which is, you have Aldi, do you know? Yeah, the grocery store. And they always sell like those random things in the center aisles. Just random knickknacks. And in a locked case, they had a pair of night vision goggles. I'm like, they're selling night vision goggles at a grocery store?
Well, they're run by Indians, right? They might need them. I don't know. I know I'd love to have some out where I live.
It could be cool. Now I want to try some night vision goggles. But they sell just the strangest things sometimes. It's interesting. Are you from this area originally? Or yeah.
Meade County. Born and raised, graduated.
Yeah.
The whole nine.
Okay.
And I moved for a job.
That's when you were at West in Oregon?
Oh no, that was with my, well, I was married at the time to a soldier I'd met. And that's where all that took me.
Okay.
The Army. That was awesome. We went to Colorado, Oregon, Hawaii, Korea, Kentucky. But then, well, he was from California, so I've been all over California too.
Okay, yeah. So you enjoyed the kind of that lifestyle, switching places pretty frequently, new places, new people. Yeah.
I didn't have any children either, so it was a lot easier.
You do now?
I have two. They're grown, 29 and 25.
Okay, yeah. Are they local or are they?
DJ lives in there's some PII for you. Personal identifiable information. My son lives in Cincinnati. He has.
Okay.
For a long time.
Yeah. I think it looks like a nice city. Like it's not crazy huge.
Right.
So it's not like like LA to me. Like I've been in LA. I'm like it just never ends. It's just this sprawling
I've never been there, but I've seen it
concrete
on the
jungle.
TV.
Yeah. So it's got everything like you'd want from a city without it being too crazy busy or just yeah.
You talking about Cincinnati?
Yeah. Although I've heard driving around Cincinnati sucks, but I don't have much experience with it. I don't know what you think about it, but.
Yeah, they do a lot of construction, and that always kind of makes it rotten. Have you ever been through Atlanta?
No, I've never been through like Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, they do a lot of construction down there too, and it makes it hard.
Yeah.
These things are the things that bother me, though. Like when you get on 75 going north, it's tricky. It's dangerous.
All the big commercial trucks, yeah. And there's a ton on U.S. roads, in Canada as well, but it's just like, well, we can look ahead of us, and it's half the traffic is commercial trucks, especially on 2-lane roads because, like, they're speed limited, a lot of them, but some are speed limited different speeds, so they want to pass one, but they're only going like 1 mile an hour faster, right?
Oh my gosh.
So it's like they're taking forever to pass, and everyone gets all pissed off and everything like that. But for them, they're like, yeah, I'm driving 10 hours a day, so 1 mile an hour, I guess, makes a difference in their day, but because they get paid by the mile as well. But yeah, everyone else gets annoyed at them. Have you ever driven in one of those? A big commercial truck?
No, I haven't.
They're kind of cool. You're like quite high up, and you feel quite secure in them. Like, or like in Eastern Canada, a lot, there's a lot of these like big moose. Have you seen a moose before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not like personally.
Yeah, but like they're huge. Like they look as big as a sedan and stuff like that, and much taller. And if you hit one with a car, like it can be really bad because all the body mass is at like windshield level and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So it's quite bad. But in a big truck, you're so high off the ground and stuff like that. You're like, yeah, this is gonna damage the truck, but we'll be all right. Like, because you're just huge.
So they just hit it?
Kind of moment. Well, they also put these big like steel rail like bars on front of them. And it doesn't end well for the moose, but like, and the truck gets away all right. You might have to like swap a few things out. Yeah.
I wonder if you filmed it. There was a really bad bus crash here, and a whole bunch of kids died. They were coming back from Kings Island, and a truck was on that side and crossed over and like hit them head on. And I don't know, something about I know what it was. He hit where the gas was, and it blew up. And so the kids had a real hard time getting out.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them did, but most of them did not.
I've never seen that before, where they have like an official highway sign marking the site of an accident on a major highway before. So that's interesting.
It was in 1988.
Yeah. But
And I didn't mean to change your moose story. I'm sorry.
No, it's relevant.
That got up under the moose and real quick just flipped it over the top.
It'd have to be powerful and like. Let's develop it. It's gonna be like $1 million idea right there.
Or you just scoop it up and carry it with him.
He's got his foot right out the window. But I consider driving the most dangerous part of hitchhiking. Like, speaking of just like, bus crash and stuff like that. Like, people are like, hitchhiking's very dangerous, you're risking your life and stuff like that. I'm like, well, I think I just drive a lot, which is probably the most dangerous part of this whole thing I'm doing. It's just a dangerous thing, and it doesn't even have to be your fault. It's just there's a ton of people around you, and one mistake or a mechanical failure, and it can end badly.
I always thought the danger was in the people you come across, not the vehicles.
Well, there's always accidents going on. Like, you're around the city, there's an accident every day, and then like sometimes there's injuries and sometimes there's fatalities. Where the amount of actual incidents hitchhiking that are end badly or fatally is pretty low. Obviously there's less people hitchhiking than driving cars, but
yeah, and it sounds like the people who try to convince me that flying in an airplane is safe. The statistics show it's safer than blah blah. I don't give a shit. I don't like to fly.
When was the last time you flew?
This summer, went out to Vegas.
Yeah, and you hated it?
Oh, I hated it.
Yeah.
It was the most bizarre thing. When we were getting ready to land, we had turbulence, and I've flown a lot, but we had turbulence so bad that literally everybody was in their seat, praying, crying, barfing. I mean, it was tense. And I'm the only one making noise. Like, we would hit a bump and I'd go, fuck! Or, oh my God, we're gonna die! You know, I was a mess. And when we finally landed, I kid you not, the entire plane started clapping and cheering. And I'm just like, oh my God, I want to go home.
I've never, oh no, actually I have been on a plane that clapped. Actually, I was flying from Vancouver to Toronto just a few weeks ago, and partway through the flight, flight attendants went on and announced that, like, so our pilot of the evening, Captain this, it's his final flight flying with Air Canada after 30 some odd years of service and stuff like that. And then everyone, like, you know, cheered them. But when he landed, it was his final landing as a commercial aviation pilot, so everyone's like, woo, right on, Captain this person. So that was actually really fun. A very wholesome little clapping situation.
Yeah, not like a terrified.
Yeah, no.
Almost died.
Well, okay, well, it's a relieved clapping situation for you guys. It's like, we survived.
Right.
Let's celebrate.
And all I thought, when I get off this plane, I'm renting a car, I'm driving home. I'm not flying back.
And you did?
I ended up flying back. Yeah. I didn't want to cut my vacation short.
That's true, because it's still quite a drive.
Mm-hmm. I've driven it before, though. I drove from San Jose to Denver. No, actually Colorado Springs, without stopping.
That's a long ways.
It took me 26 hours. And
I don't think I could do
going
that.
through the Rocky Mountains there at the end, I swear I was hallucinating, like people were following me, and I was all paranoid. I was so tired.
26 hours of driving straight will do that. I've had people pull over specifically because they're like, I've been driving a long way. Can you drive? Like, do you have your full license? And I'm like, yeah. Clean driver record, yeah.
Cool.
They never verify, but
they're just too tired.
Yeah, they'll take over and I'll drive and they'll relax. And I like driving, so I always take those rides. For me, it's fun to change a pace.
Yep.
Not in the passenger seat.
Well, I'll be like my dad. You're not on my insurance policy. I'm like, Dad, yeah, everybody is. Shut up. Oh, it's funny that man.
Wait, did I ask you this? When was the last time you picked someone up?
I don't think that I ever have.
Oh, you never have? Oh, thank you for making an exception.
You're welcome. I'm having fun. It is a long, kind of boring drive.
Yeah, it's someone to talk to. For me as well, like, I think I've been picked up from where I started in St. John's, Newfoundland to here. It's been almost 40 different rides so far. Like, rather than just driving yourself and, like, to your own thoughts and stuff like that, well, every stretch of the way is a new person, a new conversation, and a new story.
How do you keep your battery charged?
You should, well, there's a battery right here. That's one of them. I got like a ton of big batteries like that. So I can go like a week and a half or something like that without actually having to plug into a wall. Yeah, so I carry a lot of weight in batteries. You should feel the weight of the backpack. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. So when it's hot and humid like it is, I'm like, I don't want to walk because the sweat just pours right out.
Right.
If I don't have to carry the weight, then I'm hot, but it's fine. But with the big backpack on it makes it a little bit tough.
Yeah, when you get older, you'll put it on wheels and drag it like a suitcase. That's how I would do it.
Like, I guess if you had wheels, but you could also have the suspension straps for carrying it. But like, I walk into the woods, and you can't really like wheel it into the woods and stuff. Yeah.
What about one of them foldable bikes?
Yeah, well, That'd be really convenient for getting to a good spot to hitchhike, but when you actually do have to carry it, because again, it's still woods and stuff like that, I think they're still, you know, like 30 pounds or something like that. So there's, well, maybe not that much, but they're still pretty heavy, and you have to strap it onto your backpack at that point or something anyway. Well, yeah, it would be possible. I thought of anything, you know, those little like push scooters, like they got the handles and you just have one leg on, one leg kicking you along.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Those are pretty lightweight, and for just me zipping around town or something like that, like quite lightweight. Really. So the difficulty is, like, people are like, yeah, just get like a skateboard or longboard or something like that. Mm-hmm. With the big backpack on, it throws off my center of balance.
Oh, I imagine.
So anything that involves like balancing that way would be difficult. Like a bike would be fine.
Yeah.
I think a scooter would be fine because you're
real
pointing
top
forward.
heavy.
Yeah. You didn't tell anyone you picked up a hitchhiker?
No.
No?
Why?
Well, so, like, some people are like, oh, it's an interesting story to tell people, and other people are like, I don't think any of my friends or family would be very happy if I told them.
No, see, I don't talk politics with my family, religion. They don't even, I don't know what he was doing. I just basically don't tell them anything personal.
Mm-hmm.
Because then they got to tell you how they feel. And I don't care. I don't want to know. I'm kind of like the fuck off in the family, you know, like the...
Okay, alright.
The one who's a little bit on the wild side.
Mm-hmm. Outside of yourself, is your family fairly on the straight and narrow?
Oh my God.
Yeah?
Not fairly, they are the straight and narrow.
Like, what type of careers did they pursue?
My dad worked at Ford Motor Company and retired.
Oh yeah, you were saying, yeah.
For
that's
40
right.
years.
Yeah.
And my mom worked for the post office.
Yeah.
And my sister works for the Department of Defense.
Okay.
And my other sister works for the University of Missouri.
Okay. Solid career paths.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're all going to retire and do just fine.
And were you always that way? Like from when you were a kid? It's like, yeah. You had
but I'm like the rebel who's never been to jail. You know, I never. Like,
oh, you've never had any problems or anything like that? Yeah. Nice. There you go.
I'm like the good rebel, or I guess I don't know how to describe it. Mm-hmm. I'm not getting in trouble like that.
No. But it's pretty interesting. Like just the variety of people I get. Quite often, if someone has done any time, it ends up coming in conversation and stuff like that. Always an interesting conversation. Like yesterday, I had a guy that did, I think, 9 years of his life in prison.
Whoa.
And we were just talking about prison life and stuff like that. But he got it for, he did a safe cracking, so he did like break in and steal. So I was asking questions about that.
Like banks and casinos and shit?
Or any business, like I guess he'd like go in, like kind of scout out the place, see where it was at, and then break in later and all that. But he was saying like his longest stint was 4.5, 5 years, something like that. But for the most part, he spent most of his time in like an okay prison compared to like your maximum security, like really rough prisons, because it was a non-violent crime. Mm-hmm. It was a property crime, where if it's anything violent and drugs as well, I don't know why drugs are treated so harshly, but that puts you in like those really bad prisons. But he's like, yeah, he actually got a degree in prison.
Wow.
Yeah.
3?
Yeah.
Wow.
Which, if you want to rehabilitate people and make them productive members of society, using that time for something productive is pretty positive.
That's like where I come from. If you miss a child support payment and your baby mama gets a case of the ass with you, they'll put you in jail. And to me, that's so counterproductive. Because when you go to jail, you
now
lose
you're
your
not going to
job.
get to pay any child support at that point. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I guess it's modern case of, like, there used to be debtor prisons, so, like, if you owe debt to someone, they can put you in prison for that, but I think that's the same
so
thing.
You get out on work release, but you go there and sleep at night?
I forget how they work, but it sounds like the modern version of that, except they can't make any money there. It's strange. Because I'm not sure how it would work here, but in Canada, they garnish your wages if you actually had an actual job.
Yeah.
So you'd never see the money it would get garnished and sent to the person that's owed money. A certain percentage.
They do that here.
Yeah. Okay. But I guess if they have no official job, then there's no wages to garnish.
And if you file a tax return and you're due a refund because you've overpaid or something, they'll keep your money for child support too.
Right.
But that creates why everybody wants to work for cash under the table.
Yeah.
You know, because there's no paperwork, no record.
Yeah. When I see a business that's like cash only, like a restaurant or anything like that, I'm like, this is
restaurants usually. More like contract, like people who go around and do repairs on your house or odd jobs kind of thing.
Well, stuff like that. It's just whenever I see a business that exclusively is cash only in a modern world where everything is quite online.
Oh, like
in my
they're
mind,
telling you they only take cash. Oh,
yeah.
I see.
In my mind, I'm like, this is probably because you're trying to avoid paying taxes and yeah, all that kind of
it
stuff.
It absolutely is. You think it's ready?
Looks like it.
It's tasty. Well, you don't have to. There's one for your book. So I'm guessing you're single. Do you have children?
Nope, no dependents, no girlfriend. I travel about 11 months of the year. It'd be difficult to have any responsible for because I'm just gone all the time. And it would make me enjoy this a whole lot less if I had something to call back to that I was responsible for.
Right.
So, different lifestyle, but yeah, like I don't think I could do this. Website called Twitch TV. It's like a YouTube
So
type
you're
thing.
live right now?
Oh, you know what Twitch is?
No.
Oh, yeah.
We're live right now.
Yeah. That's when we pull it up, like the live video documentary.
Oh my God! You have to pull it up.
Oh, you?
I gotta see it.
Sure.
Can I rewind it and watch it later? Like
yeah, I can give you a link and you can check the VOD and everything if you want.
Oh my God.
So yeah, there's about 1,000 people watching right now.
Hey. What up?
You out there?
Oh my God, that's it.
Chat never knows the people.
OMG.
And there, yeah, so there's a bit of delay. But that's it.
That is awesome. Oh my God, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I do to show people like as it happens, right? Like as I'm getting picked up, people are like, who's it gonna be? Who's it like? What's hitchhiking like?
Mind blown.
So like this type of thing only became possible really a couple of years ago, and it runs on the cellular mobile network, so it's imperfect, and like it cuts in and out at times when you're in the middle of nowhere and stuff like that. But I don't think there's any better way to show what something's actually like than it's just unedited, unfiltered. This is what hitchhiking's like. I start it in my tent in the morning, I end it in my tent at night. It's my life.
I gotta start watching you.
Yeah, well, you have a card.
I might have to take my ADT off for a minute. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
other people do it too. So there's like channels to pick from, or.
Well, I'm the only one like on this platform that does hitchhiking. It's like 90% video games. People broadcast playing video games and stuff like that. But there's people that will travel around the world and they'll film different cities and different places, and you can kind of travel vicariously through them that way. There's even people that film and broadcast like bounty hunting in states where that is legal. And
Hawaii.
Yeah. So there's all different types of content. Like you name it, it's probably on there somewhere. But it's mostly video games on this platform.
So people are talking to you.
Yeah, there's a chat and everything. But when I'm in a car,
are they asking questions? What do they want to know?
All right. You guys have any questions? Yeah. It's about 15 to 20 second delay, I think, right now.
Do you ever play Fortnite?
I've never played yet. Have you?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you have?
It's
Okay.
awesome.
Do you play it on mobile or on your computer?
On the Xbox.
Oh, on the Xbox. Okay. Seem they like your accent. How many dogs? Oh, you 4 dogs. 3? Okay, 3 dogs. Are you single?
Yep. 25 years. Not interested. No, I had a terrible, terrible experience, and it got me over it. It was life changing.
Well, that'll do it. I've learned a lot from the relationships I've been in. They haven't always been positive relationships, but I think the outcome of them has been positive.
Do you mind?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I'll tell you a little bit about it. I went out with this dude, and he took a Viagra and didn't tell me. And let me tell you, by the end of the night, when the sun came up the next morning, I was a new person. I didn't want nothing to do with nothing anymore, ever. It changed my whole outlook on life. You know, I still see him too, like when I go to Kroger's or something. We'll just pass each other in the aisle like, hey, keep right on going.
All right. This was a one-time thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one time, all right, yeah.
It was more than that. It was too much. But guys, don't do that to your girls. Come on now, that's just wrong.
I don't know what I expect.
Huh?
I don't know what I expected from your story, but I wasn't expecting that.
As soon as I saw the least little bit of sun coming up in the window, I'm like, dude, I gotta go home. I gotta go mow my grass. So is Twitch the one, because my grandson talks about shit like this.
Okay.
Where he says you can make money playing video games. I'm like, dude,
yeah,
you ain't gonna make a dime, but okay.
It'd be the same thing, just my content is hitchhiking, the same platform.
So you can make money from your movie?
Yeah, this is my full-time job.
Oh, so you're already in your movie. You're living your movie.
Yeah.
We're in a movie.
We're in a movie.
Oh my God.
It's real life. Yeah. Yeah, it's my full-time job. There's 3 main through Twitch kind of revenue sources. You make a little bit of advertisement revenue. People can subscribe, and on Twitch, a subscription costs money, and the streamer gets a portion of that. And then people can directly donate to the channel, and that money goes directly to you as well. And that pops up on screen.
That is so cool. So your mom sits and watches to see where you're at.
Yeah, like my mom, it's all under username, so you can be as anonymous or not as you want. My mom's name is Mama Bear 70.
Yeah. And so she checks on you and.
Yeah, she doesn't talk that much, but she watches quite often when she has free time to to check in. Yeah.
Yep.
Because I'm not always the best at like making the actual phone call to check in and stuff like that. But at any moment, if she's like, I wonder where Trevor is, I wonder how he's doing, she can always tune in and check it out. Yeah. And yeah, so like, a lot of my family will stop in on occasion and say hi or just watch on occasion.
That is so cool.
Which is, I think, another reason why they like it more now. It's just like without actually having to make a physical call, they can always check in, right?
Well, I have learned something today. I gotta write it down though.
Yeah, and what was it? Your nephew, was it? The one that wanted to make money playing video games?
Oh, my grandson. Yeah. He's really good on that Fortnite.
Yeah.
And he's like, I guess they have this thing, they say you can be in some kind of Players Cup or whatever and win $1 million, and I'm like,
oh yeah.
Yeah,
No, there's huge prize pools, and especially in Fortnite now. Like, I think it was someone was under the age of 18, or they were a teenager regardless. I think they won the grand prize at the biggest tournament. It was a few $1 million.
He didn't get it because he was too young, or did he?
No, I think they got it.
Okay.
But maybe if they are too young, then it like goes in trust with their parents or something like that. Or I'm not sure how that works.
Because they lie about their age on when they sign up. Oh my God.
Which can, if they lie on their age, then I think that can void the actual like rules of the contest,
Right.
so they can lose the prize and then probably go to the second place winner or something. I'm guessing, which would be quite a shame, wouldn't it? You win the contest and then you can't actually get the prize. You're like, I'm owed $3 million, but because I lied about my age, now I get nada.
Right.
But it's hard to make money streaming on this platform video games now, because there's so many people streaming video games.
Yeah.
Like say Fortnite, you go there now, there's going to be like 1,000 people. Like that.
Watching someone else play Fortnite.
Well,
Yeah.
but yeah, like there's your
We
top
don't ever
streamers
go
that
to
we follow.
page 2 on Google.
Yeah.
It's a
Doing like random stuff, and then there would be me hitchhiking there, and they're like, that's weird, what is he doing? And
Yeah.
they click on it, and I've got my cardboard sign and my thumbs.
When I passed by you the first time, it had to have been.
Yeah, it would have been.
And then double back.
Yeah, like if you watched the VOD, you could probably, like if you knew how much time was in between, you could probably see yourself drive by. You wouldn't be able to see much, like with the lighting and everything, and
Right.
you would have seen just like a black truck drive by.
That's when I was going. Huh.
Yeah. But yeah, like my setup there is when I'm hitchhiking, the camera's pointed at me and the sign and the thumb out there. And then, like I said, usually people pulling behind me, so the scene is someone pulls over, I see them run and grab the camera in the backpack and then chase down the car and then hop up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's fun. And it's exciting for me every time a car pulls over. And I think as far as like a product, like a stream, something people are watching, is there's always a level of suspense.
How long had you been there?
I think it probably 30 minutes, maybe. 30 minutes, maybe. I had one guy pull over before after like 2 minutes or something like that. He was going to take 75 though, direction Lexington. And like I said, I asked about the camera before I got in, and he didn't want the camera anyway. So I was potentially going to take the ride with him just a few exits down to a junction before the 71 and 75 split. But he wasn't okay with the camera, which is fair enough.
Right.
And I'll lose some rides because of that, but it's not a big deal. Let's see, we're coming into Louisville. Wait, how do you say it correctly?
Louisville.
Louisville. Louisville. Louisville.
Yep. The S is silent.
All right. My dad's always been pretty laid back on what we decide to do. He just wants us like kind of hopefully finding like some work and actually doing something. But like as far as hitchhiking, traveling, I think he thought traveling was a productive thing to do in my youth and stuff like that. So it was always kind of just like a you do you kid kind of thing. So he's been supportive. I think he thinks it's strange that I make a living doing this.
How old are you?
I'm 25 now.
Okay.
Started at 19 with the traveling and hitchhiking. here we get off the interstate and take state highways. Is that?
It's a freeway,
Yeah.
but it intersects with 65
Oh.
on
Okay.
down.
I see. Interesting. Okay. But yeah. No, I was actually talking about this earlier today, but I have a lot of respect for my parents as far as them letting me and my siblings and everything choose the life we want to live.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever you want to pursue or anything, that's okay. And they didn't really force our hand on anything. Because they also like divorced and remarried and stuff, and they never made us pick a parent or anything like that, and they never fought for custody. It's just like,
Awesome.
yeah. So I have a lot of respect for my parents. All right. Louisville. What do you think of Louisville, the city?
I don't go there.
Okay.
No.
Any reason for that, or just no reason?
I have no reason to, first of all, and there's just areas that you really just probably don't want to go to.
Yeah.
I don't think it's safe. But I really don't have any ties to it. Nobody I know lives there.
That'd be your closest major population center from where you live. Yeah.
Yes.
So
and I equate that to places to avoid.
Yeah. 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 Like you never go like shopping there or anything.
Oh,
You
no.
think, yeah.
No,
There's
never.
like areas that you can stock up somewhere else.
The dollar store.
Yeah.
Kroger's.
Yeah. What's the major dollar store here? Is it like Dollarama or Dollar General? Dollar Giant?
General.
Okay.
And
Dollar
then
General.
Family Dollar.
Family Dollar. Right. It's the thing we were talking about.
What?
Where they match speed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And their truck's way bigger than mine, so they get to,
Yeah,
they
they
pick.
so here it's like they kind of can rule the road if they want to, but still they kind of play by the rules, but they can force their way in if they want to. I was driving around. I was in Vietnam for a couple weeks, and like the driving rules it's absolute mayhem in there, and it's
probably like South Korea. There really are no rules. It seems like.
Yeah, in Vietnam, there weren't rules, but like the bigger your vehicle, the more authority you had. Like, I took a bus from the airport to the area I was staying in Ho Chi Minh City, and like it can just weave through. It's like a sea of scooters because they don't take much fuel, they're cheap and everything
And
like
bicycles.
that. Yeah, and the scooters and stuff would just move out of the way because they know if they get in a fight with the bus is going to win, so they just kind of get out of the way. But like the scooters will just drive all over the place. They'll drive on the sidewalk, and if you're crossing the road as a pedestrian, you kind of just like, even though there's cars, no, you walk in front of all those, and the scooters just kind of go around you. If you walk predictively, they just go around you. But it's terrifying the first couple times you do it because.
What's the largest number of people you've seen on one scooter?
Ooh, I know I've seen 3, like a kid sandwiched in there somewhere, and then like a couple. I don't think I've seen any more than that. Have you seen like anything more than that?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but like a whole family, a dog, and like stacks of whatever it is they carry on their backs.
Yeah.
Up like 3 times higher than they are. Like a truck with pallets on it that doesn't look real secure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those don't look very well secured. Well, there's a few straps.
When I moved all my stuff out of my house into storage. I borrowed a trailer. And when he brought it over, it was like every other board was missing off the bed.
Mm-hmm.
The tires were low. And the two people had helping me, man, I don't know how they did it, but they were amazing. They stacked this stuff on there like a puzzle. And they had 3 straps.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and they got it all secured with 3 straps?
In 2 loads. It was like the Beverly Hillbillies, man. It was crazy.
Some MacGyver stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was a little worried.
But nothing got...
No, nothing got damaged. They did a great job.
Do you call like really like rural people like very country? Do you call them like rednecks and stuff here? Yeah.
Every day.
Like
hillbillies.
Yeah. Like
no.
What's like a very to this area? Is there like a very redneck thing that you see all the time? Like see people do that's just like yep, that's typical.
Well, see, I like me a good country boy.
Yeah.
And I define that like somebody who looks good in their jeans,
Mm-hmm.
got on the nice boots, not nice boots, work boots.
Yeah.
Just out in the sun working every day, got a tan going on, you know, and then they drink beer at night.
Okay.
They're just retards. No, I love them. They're not the sharpest tacks in the box. I appreciate them. Yeah.
So that'd be your type would be your country working boy.
Farm boy.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they all got trucks.
Yeah.
They're all good looking.
if a guy drives like a compact car, is that less attractive than if they drive a truck?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Do you have like a favorite type of truck?
Ford.
Ford trucks, yeah.
Well, my dad, you know, embedded that into our lives.
Okay.
We had a good life.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Ooh.
That was...
If I got behind a semi and I even suspect that they're falling asleep at the wheel, I can't pass them. I'll be doing 30 all the way to Louisville because I'm terrified.
If it's 3 lanes and they're far right, will you give them a lane barrier? Then you'll go, yeah. All right.
Real fast.
Yeah.
But you've seen that, right? People.
Oh, yeah, I've seen them taking up lane.
Oh, my God. And not drifting like Fast and Furious drifting.
Well, that'd be pretty terrifying to see them drifting like Fast and Furious drifting
That's
as well.
what my son drives. I can't handle it. One time he drove me from Cincinnati down here, and he's a terrible driver. I was in the floorboard crying.
Yeah.
And I said, can you please stop at the next liquor store and just give me a beer or something? And he's like, no. And he's whipping in and out. I'm like, oh, God. It was horrible. I'll never ride with you again.
Yeah.
But he likes to do that thing where you go around the curve and you pull up the emergency brake.
Oh, yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Have you ever been picked up on a motorcycle?
Yeah, 1 motorcycle and 2 like motor scooters, which is the motorcycle was in Ireland and it was a Harley Davidson, so I was like, oh, that's cool. It was actually quite comfortable and it's a beautiful like scenic like ocean road there on Western Ireland, so that was nice. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take one on the interstate like if I didn't have a helmet. It's really awkward riding on a motorbike with the big backpack on, like you're being pulled back on it and there's loose straps and stuff like that. It just doesn't feel very safe. But I might take some smaller roads or something like that. And the scooters were fun. That was in Quebec, Canada, our French province in Canada, and one in Madrid, Spain. No, Barcelona, Spain. I got to ride right into central Barcelona on a scooter, which was really cool as well.
Now we're gonna come up on 65 pretty soon, but like, you would get out like right here.
Well, I'm gonna get picked up by the police if I'm on this highway, so I kind of have to hop on ramps. So it'd be kind of where you exit or something like that, I'd probably hitchhike back onto the highway. I'm not sure what exit you're planning on taking. I'm sure I could figure something out if you are going all the way to Elizabethtown. I'm sure there's services, but I'm not sure if you're turning off before
Well,
then.
I could do it one of two ways. Do you have like laundry soap and stuff? You want to do some laundry? I'm going to my house.
I did laundry last night. And everything. Yeah. Otherwise I would take you up on that because like it had been 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's nice. That's kind of.
I'll go to E-Town first.
Okay.
And drop you off.
Yeah. 116. 116. Do you know this? Like people are telling me to check exit 116.
There isn't a 116.
There isn't a 116.
We're like in the 20s or the 30s maybe.
Yeah.
I have to see what number we're on.
Let's see.
22.
22.
So I'm thinking it's like probably around 15 or something.
Alright, let me see. I don't know what you guys are talking about then.
Oh, are you on the Gene Snyder freeway?
They're saying it's on Route 65. I'm just not sure where on Route 65.
Oh, we're not on 65.
Oh, yeah, they meant like closer down to Elizabethtown, I'm guessing.
Oh.
They're talking about a spot to continue hitchhiking.
Well, there's really only one. I don't know what the name of the road would be though. But you only get one shot to go into E-Town, I think. And that's the one.
Can you guys just give me something to Google? Because exit 116 doesn't show that. It's kind of funny doing this just because, like, now I have people that are like, oh, this would be like a good spot to hitchhike. You can check out this, pull it up on your map and stuff like that. So I have like people trying to assist me.
Is that 65? Yeah. So that right there is where we're going to intersect, and then it's going to go this way.
Okay, yeah.
Lebanon Junction. Okay, E-Town should be right over here. Yeah, there's Elizabeth.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. One of those. Cedar Grove. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. They want me to get out in Shepherdsville.
Shepherdsville. Okay, that's before E-Town.
That's before E-Town. I'm not sure.
Work.
Yeah.
And it's 44. Is that the road? I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, it's be the exit after 44.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if E-Town's like another just under 20 miles, 15 miles, or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you're going to E-Town, I'm not sure if there's a good junction there, but 15 miles is 15 miles.
I've never really paid attention to it. I don't know. I just know that it's like kind of bigger.
Yeah.
But I think Shepherdsville would be good. That would be better for me.
Okay. Yeah, better for you, then it's good for me.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. I guess Elizabethtown's a little bit out of your way.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, okay. Then that works. Perfect. Got a plan.
But I was just trying to think, like, what's the best interstate? Like, that's the one I could think of.
Yeah, that's on 65, and yeah, it looks like a good shoulder, so cool. We got a plan. Excellent. Nice.
Just stay away from the tweakers.
I'll do my best.
Criddlers.
I think I ran into a criddler in just north of San Francisco. I was hitchhiking out, and it was Halloween last year. And what the community was like, they did like a couple weeks before. They're like, hey Trevor, if like the community donates a total of like $1,000, will you hitchhike dressed as a banana on Halloween? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, it's $1,000. Like, come on,
Right.
So I had to do that, and it was Halloween. I was hitchhiking out like just north of San Francisco, and I'm on an on-ramp to the interstate, and this shifty-looking guy kind of walks up the on-ramp while I'm dressed in a full banana outfit, like a full banana outfit with a sign like north something or other, trying to get back up to British Columbia or to Canada, and he walks up and he's like, hey man, do you know where I can find some crystal meth? I'm like, do you really think the guy dressed as a banana with a hitchhiking on an on-ramp in like north of San Francisco with a camera pointed at him is really the guy you're looking for to find some crystal meth? Like, I don't know. I don't know the decision-making process there, but no, I don't.
Right.
Good times. But I have this thing where with this channel where a long time ago someone kind of like because they can see where I'm at and stuff, I'll just be like sitting outside and people come by and say hi and stuff if they're in the area.
Because you're famous now.
But they'd come by, and this one guy, I didn't know he was watching the channel, but he came by and he's like, you some kind of hobo or something? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like hitchhiking. And he's like, you want a banana? I'm like, sure, I like bananas, I'll take a banana. Then he came by the next day when I was hitchhiking and did the same thing. Some kind of hobo, you want a banana? And then ever since then, it was like every city I went to, someone would show up
with a banana.
With a banana. And,
no way,
yeah,
that's awesome. You're a rock star.
Yeah, the banana snipes. And that's why I was dressed as a banana, because, yeah.
With crystal mouth.
Well, I didn't have any.
Yeah.
That guy thought I might, but... Alright. What else is... I'm very lucky to have found you, or I'm lucky that you decided to pull over. You got me right through Louisville.
Louisville's gone.
Yeah,
You're through.
we're around it, past it. We're on 65 now?
No.
Not yet, but we're...
That sign said 6 miles, so probably 5 miles.
Alright, cool. I'll probably make it to Nashville today.
Yeah.
Never been to Nashville. I've heard good things. I'm interested to check it out. It's gonna be really hot though. And I'm so unmotivated to walk around with that backpack. It's kind of like I get dropped off somewhere, I'm like, all right, this is Nashville. Drink it in, because I don't feel like walking around.
I've not been to Nashville either. I've been through it, but never stopped.
Tell her you've hitchhiked 5 planes? All right. Last time I was in the United States, I was here for, what was it, 4.5 month long trip? And when I end up in like smaller areas that had like a small airport where people owned their own airplanes and stuff, and like, you know, it had some money, so people had planes, I'd walk in there and pretty much elevator pitch to pilots and stuff like that. I'm like, this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to like get on a plane anywhere out of here. I don't care where it's going. Are you flying anywhere?
Did
And if
it
you are
work?
flying, yeah, I got 5 different
Wow.
flights on airplanes just from walking into airports, and usually on like single engine Cessnas and stuff like that, just your little tiny planes. But it's kind of fun. Like, you can walk into an airport and end up flying out of there. I know you don't like flying, so you probably wouldn't like that.
Well,
but
those little bitty prop planes too. No way.
I enjoy it because I like flying, and you feel much more intimately in the air when you're in those little tiny planes. Like, everything is much more like, it feels touch and go. But to me it was exciting. But if you don't like flying, you wouldn't like that. I even got picked up by one guy, and he's a flight instructor, and I had controls and let me take over and stuff. And then he did some aerobatics and stuff like that. Light aerobatics, but
Did you have your barf bag out?
by the end of it, I did feel it in my stomach. I wasn't about to puke, but I'm like, yeah, okay, if we did much more, like, we could be getting to that point.
Right.
I did ask him, like, because we had the headsets on, I'm like, could we go upside down?
Did you?
And he's like, no, hey, unless you have parachutes in the plane, apparently you're not allowed to. And he's all above board because he's a registered flight instructor or something like that.
Okay, here we come up on
65. Oh, that means my fancy interstate sign no longer works.
What's it say?
71 South.
Oh, no.
Well, I can use the
figured
South
you had
part.
a few of them.
Well, not made up. I have a few sheets blank ready to go. So if I want to make a new sign, I might make a Nashville sign. But it's still like 200 miles, I think. No, not 200 miles. It's 150 miles.
I don't know.
An amount of miles.
Not walking distance.
No. Well, you take the small roads, and then it'd take me a few days. So technically you walk it. That'd be the most miserable walk ever. With that backpack, with all the batteries I'm carrying. I only had to walk like, I think it was 1.5 miles. I was in like central Cincinnati this morning, and I walked across the bridge into the on-ramp where you found me. And that was enough for me, and it wasn't even peak heat of the day.
It's getting there though.
Yeah, now it will be. It's at 93 degrees. Jeez.
Yeah, past this point is where I say you get into redneck territory.
Nice. Although interstates feel very separate from that. Like they're like just a lot of long distance travelers. Like I think the stop you're dropping me off has like a truck stop and everything like that. So you get a lot of through traffic that's not actually from the area. You still get some local traffic on the ramps, but 65 South Nashville.
You stay in your tent when you get where you're going?
Yeah, usually. Like, if I end up in a city proper, then it can be more difficult to find a place to set up your tent because, well, it's a city. It's all built up, concrete jungle and all that. Sometimes you can still find places, but...
Do you ever hang out with the homeless?
I try to avoid it because I don't... Like, especially now that I got camera equipment and stuff like that, it's... You're an outsider in that case, and I have a lot of value on display. So I try to just be tucked away where no one knows I'm there. A lot of peace of mind in that.
And are you armed? You should be if you're not.
Well, like I'm Canadian. I'd have to know the local gun laws for each state I was in, right?
State, yes.
Like I carry like a Swiss Army knife but I use it for like I actually use it as a utility. Like it's
taser. Get a taser.
Are those allowed all United States?
Because
well. Okay, I guess. But I know I can't have them in Canada. You can't have personal defense spray in Canada and stuff like that. No, I know. You can only have spray against wildlife, so it'd be bear spray. And you have to sign a waiver being like, this is not intended for humans. I'm hiking in the woods and a bear might attack me, so I need this spray.
Pepper spray. Have you ever seen anybody pepper sprayed?
Only videos, not in person.
Ooh, it's rough.
Have you been or you seen someone?
I've never been, but I saw someone. I was standing right next to him. Dropped him to his knees. He was crying. Oh my God.
No, yeah, I would prefer to not have that. But they all volunteered to try getting pepper sprayed for some kind of educational thing. They're lined up against the wall and they get like a spray, like one at a time. And they all kind of like grimacing for a while, but after like he kind of works his way down the line and sprays everyone, then at the start, like people start like this.
Do you know what number exit you said? 116?
Yeah, let me confirm that for you. Yeah, Shepherdsville isn't that far from this junction, is it?
No.
Yeah. Alright, so... It is... Yeah, take it... Exit 116, yeah. 116. When you were hitchhiking, did you have a gun with you?
No.
No. Are you big into country music as well? Being out in the country?
Yeah. I like hip hop better though.
Hip hop, like
rap.
what? Okay.
Let's see. I'll see if I can find something.
All right.
It's like waiting for the Avenger. If you're not a nerd, inspired by the unthinkable trip.
Girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, hit your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name.
Didn't expect this.
Them ride for me, don't get banged. Cause they'll do that job.
Okay, alright.
165 miles.
165 to Nashville. Yeah, I was almost thinking I'd just get to Louisville today and then end up trying to get to Nashville the next day. But
yeah, you
push
should
for
be
Nashville,
right.
yeah, we're good. Do you have a favorite rapper?
I like Drake.
You like Drake? He's Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Lil Wayne.
Okay.
A lot of the songs I like, I don't even know who they'll sing them.
Yeah, no. I'd be the same way. I'm like, I like the song, but I don't know the name of it, the artist, or anything.
I like Cardi B. I think she's good. She was just on the VMA Awards with Missy Elliott.
Was she?
She got some kind of like Lifetime Achievement Award or something. I don't know.
Interesting. I'm guessing where you're from though, it's very country centric, like music, yeah. So it's your
like they're having a festival in Louisville this weekend.
Are they?
Luke Bryan, Tim McGraw. I mean, some really big people. I was kind of surprised. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
You're not going? No.
No.
Do you ever go to concerts?
See White Zombie or Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Those kind of concerts, I like those.
Right. What was the last concert you went to?
Rob Zombie.
Oh, it was?
Dayton,
Okay.
Ohio.
All right.
It's been a while, but I've seen him about 4 times, and that bass player, I don't know if she's with him anymore, Sean Yourself, man, I'd plant my ass right in front of her spot. Right in the front. Have like 6, solo cups of beer, because you know you ain't leaving.
Yeah, once you get that spot, you're posted there.
Yeah. And you'd be so close to the mosh pit, you could feel it. I never got in it though, I was always too scared. But it was fun to watch.
I'd say the only major concert I've been to is AC/DC.
I've seen them too.
You've seen them?
Yeah.
They put on a show.
It was the Hell's Bells.
Oh, okay. Mine was the...
Gosh, that was in the 80s.
Yeah. I think we're next to... Yeah, we're next to exit now.
Yeah.
116.
Does it look good?
Yes. It's an on-ramp. And it's got good services, right? So it's got a truck stop. It's got a few things, so...
Right.
You'll have long distance traffic stopping there for a quick break and stuff like that. That's what I'm looking for in a spot, really.
anything near a Waffle House.
I've only been there to one once, and then the like company policy is to not film anything in Waffle House, so now I haven't been back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why, because it's like a cult, man, that environment at the Waffle House.
It's a cult?
Especially overnight when the bars close.
Oh, okay.
That's where everybody goes.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Yeah, I was there like actually for breakfast, but yeah, I can see it being a very different thing. Are they 24 hours?
Fights and, oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Lots of drunk people.
Oh, good times.
Yeah. You want me to go right, left?
Probably easier for you to go right, and then just drop me off at the first place you kind of see that's easy to pull into. I can go from there. Yeah, it's maybe that gas station or something. But again, thank you very much for coming back for me.
No, you do have to write that down for me, though.
I got a business card. You can find all the info on there.
Oh gosh, is that car gonna stop? Nope.
Perfect.
Got a little graveyard in the parking lot. Interesting.
That is interesting. I've never seen that before. That's like quite the store here. All right.
Trevor, it was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. All right, I'll give you this card here. All my information's on here.
Excellent.
This is the direct link to the actual like Twitch channel and stuff like that, so that's there, and then that's social media and a direct contact email if you want to message me about anything in particular.
Good luck to you.
Hey, I could always use some luck, so.
Hitchhiker, I like that. All right, well, have a good rest of your day.
You as well. All right, just gonna grab my backpack from the back, and I'll be out of here. One moment. All right, here we go. Have a great day. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do it. Wait, can I get a selfie too then? Alright. If you want to add me on Facebook, like the name on the card is, I'm like the only one on Facebook, so I'm easy to find. Yeah.
Why does everybody hold it up high?
Well, I think it's a better angle than going down here. Alright.
Awesome.
Your name one more time?
Michelle.
Michelle. It was a pleasure.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good one. Nice shade here. Oh yeah. Well, ain't that a thing? Ain't that a thing? That was fun. This is bad lighting. I'm gonna eat this burger here. I had my fries, but I haven't eaten the burger. How old is she? I didn't ask her age. There's a cricket on my shoulder. Tricky Fairways, yeah, and I was very lucky. She actually took me all the way through Louisville and onto the 65 south of that. The next major destination is Memphis, so. Whew, it's hot out, man. Your diet's really bad? Probably healthier than you, though. I could be absolutely wrong. I don't know you, so. Some guy F gaming. Some guy F gaming? I don't know how. Oh, some guy F gaming. I'm guessing that's how I'm supposed to say it. Thank you for the, what was that? The 500 bits. Appreciate that. I gotta catch up with a few things. I missed some stuff during that ride. That was good. Let's see what we missed here. I missed quite a few things. Wait, let's go back that far.
Where you headed?
California, San Diego.
Oh, okay.
What about yourself?
Iowa.
Iowa?
Yeah,
Right.
after that I'm going to Colorado.
That's Colorado, alright.
So you just doing like a vlog the whole way, or?
I make like a live video documentary on hitchhiking. I've done it in 24 countries now. And just show people what it's like to hitchhike when not many people do it.
I've got more miles on my feet than most people got on their cars. You know what I'm saying? So I know what you mean, though, man. A lot of people don't do it. So.
Yeah. Have you been here a while now?
A couple days here.
Here?
Yeah.
A couple days, like right here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of here, but it's really friendly here.
Is it?
The employees here are really friendly. The management, everything. You know,
Okay.
really cool.
That's cool.
You know, all the people around here are friendly.
Oh, that's a good sign, right?
I passed through here a few times over the years.
Yeah.
So I used to have a friend that owned property out here.
Yeah.
And he don't live here anymore, but I still like this spot. You know what I mean? It's one of my favorite stores in the country.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Good luck, brother.
Hey. What's your name?
Peace.
Peace?
Yeah.
Name's Trevor.
Trevor, how long are you gonna be around?
Like right here? Or like, well, in the United States, I'm trying to hitchhike for a convention in San Diego. That's on the 27th, so I got about 2 weeks to get there. So we'll see if I can make it in time.
And then you're gonna head out of states after that, or?
Yeah, I'll be flying to Asia, and I'll be hitchhiking around a few places out there.
I want to do that so bad. I've hitched all over the United States, man. I've been to almost every state, but
oh, yeah?
I haven't been out of the country since I was a kid.
Yeah, I'm from Canada, so like that's where I started, is out in Canada.
Yeah.
And, a couple years ago, I started doing the U.S. on smaller trips, and last year I did a big 50-state trip and did the whole shebang. It's a good time. If you do ever,
that'll probably be like my next thing is going up to Canada.
That's a good spot for hitchhiking, and you get long
after the
rides
winter's
up
over,
there.
you know.
Yeah, you don't want to be in there when.
Yeah, definitely.
If you do want to see what I make, it's all on there.
All right, cool, dude. Yeah, man. I'll definitely hit you up on here. For real. Awesome, man. Great meeting you.
Yeah, you as well. He's nice. Another hitchhiker. I'll be going out to the ramp. Oh, it flies, man. Fly one in your burger, we'll be fine. New hit channels in Shepherdsville? Yeah.
I know a fly went on my burger. Like, what is that? The fly lands on your burger and you like, give up your burger? Jeez. Don't you guys know, like, I dumpster dive for food? Well, I haven't in a long time. I used to dumpster dive for food. But, Megan CS, hey, thank you again for the raid. Thank you very much. And everyone, welcome back to Hitch. Well, if you weren't here before, it's the hitchhiking stream. I gotta make a new sign. Sorry? I make a film about hitchhiking. I'm from Canada, heading out to California. So I show people what it's like.
You made a film about hitchhiking from California.
Yeah. I'm concerned I'm gonna eat a fly here. They're really going for the burger. Oh well. As we say, extra protein. Nosy people? It's not nosy to ask what I'm doing. I do a really weird thing, so people ask. Is that security? He is all like kitted up. I don't think that's an officer. You in Kentucky now? Yeah, I'm in Kentucky, just south of Louisville. Parker. Hey, thank you so much for the 500 bits, as well as everything else. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Doala, thank you for gifting this up to Megan CS. Megan CS. Welcome to the Twitchers. Thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. Megan, are you going to TwitchCon? Are you going to the TwitchCon San Diego? Update location? Yeah, let's do that. Does CS stand for Counter-Strike? Should pick up a Louisville Slugger bat. I don't think that would help with hitchhiking at all. No? Okay. What does it stand for? Yeah. Wait, what are we saying no to? What are we saying yeah to? I don't know. Doubled your steps since the start of the journey? Yeah, it's been a fun trip. A lot of real cool people. I think you guys are having fun too. It's been good. I think he's going to TwitchCon tour. What's tour? Toronto?
I mean, Forbes.
Flies love you goes no shower. I showered last night. Don't even. My clothes are laundered. My skin is clean. I showered last night. Get out of here. So your second Wendy burger today? No, I just didn't eat mine when we first got it. I ate my fries, but I didn't eat any of my my burger. I saved it. How many miles did we go that route? It was about 100 to Louisville. And we went like, what? 20 miles past Louisville? So I'm guessing about 120. go stay on pace. You know what we're saying? Average 150, 154 a day. I think if we take the most direct route, but that actually didn't go through Nashville. That split west before then. I've just never been to Nashville. I think it'd be a good place to stop today. And we're 150 miles away, so that'd be a good mileage day if we made it to Nashville. It is southwest of here, so it's still in the right direction, but Google Maps tells me to take other ways. Tried the Impossible Walking Burger King, 100% plant-based. You're not supposed to taste the difference between a meat burger. I have not tried any of those before. I definitely will. I'm curious how they taste. I just haven't yet. It's easy when it's slower on your way to San Diego. I want to stop somewhere in New Mexico, Albuquerque. I've had several people so far say things about New Mexico, and I've technically been through it, but I only did like the very, very northwest corner after I went to Four Corners there.
To see her on your travels.
Where is that? Western Kentucky Parkway. Can you give me a program? Alright, 150 miles. I'm guessing a Nashville sign would be fine enough. Albuquerque's nothing special. I know, but I've never actually stopped in New Mexico. Can you even make it to TwitchCon in time? Well, it's day 13 and I've done, at this point, like 2,500 miles in 13 days, and I got about 2,100, just under that. We'll say 2,100 left to go. So in 14 days. So if you just look up the pace I've gone and the distance I have to go with how much time I have left, well, we're doing decent time. I'm about right where I should be. I'm about right where I should be. Someone subbed? Alright, let me check that. Alright. Yes, they did. Thank you for reminding me. Medkit. Hey, thank you for the 3-month resub. Appreciate 3 months. Back again after surgery. Great. Good. See you on your travels. Good to see you back here. After meeting you in Berlin, right? But good to see you, Medkit. 23 miles to San Diego. Actually, I do want to see what Google's telling me is the most efficient route from this point right here. Directions from your location to San Diego. Big mileage get Oklahoma, Arkansas, Nebraska. I'm not sure if I'm hitting that. No, not walking. Driving. 31 hours. Let's see. What's the distance? It says the most efficient is 2,096 miles, but I'm not going that way. That takes me west on 64. Going this way. 40, Arkansas. Kind of route-ish I'm looking at is 2,145 miles. Going to the store and nuke your burger. What would that have accomplished? Make it soggy? Anyway, we're heading southwest to Nashville, get onto Interstate 40, and then 40 west, a good chunk, but we're gonna cut down south off the 40 at some point. And quick draw, thank you for subscribing, welcome to the Twitch check as well. Just hitch I-80, get across the country in 2 days. But we're going to 40. I haven't done that highway before. Twitch staff saw your stream, wanted to throw you on a plane to TwitchCon. What do you know? Because that's boring. Hey. Twitch staff hangs around here. I don't think any of them try to throw me on planes. Speaking of which, hey Sandstormed. Big storms earlier today. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. You in Berlin with Joel. I had the shoulder surgery 1st of July. All pretty much good now. Can't make Twitch on NA. Going to the TwitchCon LND community meet in November. What's wait, what is LND? I don't know what LND stands for. But yeah, a lot of cities will do like their own kind of Twitch community meetup. Vancouver does one. It's the closest one to where I'm from. Alright. I'm just gonna drink some water and then we're probably head out to the interstate on ramp. Oh no, I need to make a sign. I'll occupy this picnic table and make a sign as well. Sorry. Ooh. Throw this out as well. Twitch on is Twitch London. Okay. London, okay. Alright. I still have to check out Twitch headquarters in London. I was supposed to check it out when I was there. But then I ended up, the day I was actually supposed to get a tour, it was they're setting up for the Christmas party, so I couldn't do it because it was busy. Anyway, Dawala, thank you so much for giving this up to Sandstorm. Sandstorm, that is 4 months for you. And Dawala, thank you for giving us up. Right, throw this out. We're gonna make it a Nashville sign, and then, yeah, and then once we get to Nashville, we'll be able to make, I'm gonna try and find some good cardboard. We'll make a beautiful Interstate 40 because we'll be on it for a while. Ever been caught dumpster diving? I'm sure people have seen me, but like, caught doing what? Once you throw something out, you really have kind of, and I think legally, in most places, they agree with this statement. Once you throw something in the trash, you can no longer claim ownership of it, unless you lock up your trash in a locked up facility, then it's trespassing to get to the bin. But once you throw something in the garbage, you can't be like, hey, that's mine. You're ahead of time. Yeah, no, I'm making good time. Well, ahead of time for reaching San Diego. Like, I've done, I think about 2,500 miles in 13 days, and I got 2,200 miles to go in 14 days. I want to be there at the 26th, hopefully. So I'm a little bit ahead of schedule. But I think it's better to be ahead of schedule than behind schedule and trying to catch up. What's in the trash at state property? I'm not sure state by state, but when I've looked it up in the places I've been trying to, or I've wanted to dumpster dive, once you throw something out, you can't really be like, but wait, it's mine. That's still off limits, even if it's not locked, since the dumpster is private property. But if it's a business, then it's a private property open to the public. Unless you have the area where the bins are marked as no trespassing, then it's private property. This business is private property, but I'm not trespassing because I'm here. It's open to the public. Ever been to the Lake District in England? Yeah, twice. Anyway, let's throw this out and get some cardboard and get some sign going on. We can have a debate about dumpster diving and the legality of it. Michelle asked for a selfie, she did. Magnum Sharpie. This is the good stuff. Good food from dumpster diving. I found, I would go for bread and pastries. So. Stuff that they couldn't sell that day, like hit the best before date, but it was still 100% edible. That's what I was looking for. Hunter T14, thank you for subscribing, or at least for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. Yeah. Doesn't do it on stream anyway, so it's not an issue. I do want to do it on stream though. I want to show what you can find in a dumpster, because it's actually you can actually find really good stuff. Again, I went for bread and pastries, but it's like, what's wrong? Like, if you have bread in your pantry and it hits the best before date, is it still fine? Everywhere I've been, if there's a cardboard bin, you just grab a piece of cardboard. That stuff will show up sometime? Probably post it. She seemed pretty into it. Okay, so our Interstate 71 sign is, well, the 71 part's retired. We won't be on the 71 for the rest of this trip. I could cut off the south part and use just the south if I want to. Same amount of money from Twitch Prime as a tier 1 sub, yes. Yeah. A ride because it looks sketchy. Yes, Hunter. Exclamation point creepy driver and exclamation point famous are two perfect examples of that. One for being like aggressive and angry sounding, and the other one for being flat out crazy sounding. I can use the back of that little sheet, but it's a fairly small piece of cardboard. Dumps a bunch of their food and clothing and that in my homeless here. I heard good things about a lot of like Little Caesars. They do the hot and readies. Any bakery is usually pretty good for finding a loaf of bread or something like that. The larger the place, the more likely they compact their garbage and their recycling and stuff though. Command for the Trevor surf their use for murder. 50 trip. Exclamation point murder. And 38 years for shooting his nephew. I'm not sure. See, I don't like these 3 panel ones because I can hold one of them, but then the third one is flopping. You know? Mikey, good to see you. How are you? I'm doing well. It's really hot here in just south of Louisville, Kentucky, but I'm doing well outside of that. I'm going to be standing out in the sun pretty soon, so. Stretching it. We're on 65 south to Tennessee. It's just for this one stretch here. Say the greasy pizza box. Well, quite often once they're soaked in grease, it's not the best. Creepy driver flips really creepy. You want to ride or not? Yeah, I know. So I turned it down. That was my very first day of streaming. For those who don't know, a little history of that. April 10th, 2018. Very first time streaming. Very impressed with the shade spot and table. This is actually a really nice spot to hide from the sun for a little bit. Good. Cut off one end. Because again, I could use two panels of this, and then it's a bit longer. And just cut off this third one so it's not flopping around, so people can actually see it. Signs like cigarette doors, you might be able to use the other side as poster board. Cigarette doors, yeah, it's possible, yeah. His first day streaming. You're one of the brave ones, Trevor. Like, I'd done 4 years of hitchhiking before that. Like, I've dealt with a variety of personality types in that time. I don't want to... So your middle name Hitch? It is now. That'll do. You're gonna overheat if you go in here. I lost my chat for a second. Next time Hitchman stream hiking Mount Fuji, cell reception the whole way up. I heard that, and I'd like to do that. When I was there, it wasn't the hiking season though. Though I missed your chat. I didn't scroll back far enough, so I just missed it. Thing got caught up anyway. Love these Magnum Sharpies. These things are beautiful. Make the end a little bit thicker, then clean up the other layers because cardboard's pretty ripply, so you got like it's all yeah. Anyway. worked once at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. What is that? Sounds fun. Sounds fancy. Seeing cops pick people up for hitchhiking here in Georgia. Oh, I got picked up by the police the other day in Ohio. He drove me to another on-ramp. You talk to the cops all the time. Just because the cop's giving someone a ride doesn't mean they're taking them to jail. I'm not sure if actually, you know what? I don't even know if that's what you meant. You might have been being like they're just helping them out. In the United States, I've probably had like 6, 7, 8 rides with the police.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Don't you have bigger pen? What do you mean bigger pen? It's not thick enough for you? It's huge. I use this way rather than this way because this way on rippled cardboard, the like the thicker way, it gets too. It struggles with the ripples. Do you hitch in Canada? That's where I started. I'm from Canada, so that's my stomping grounds. I've done all 10 Canadian provinces. I've gone coast to coast 5 times. From British Columbia to St. John's, Newfoundland. And 2 out of 3 territories as well. Just haven't been to none of it yet. Bucket list though. I should overhydrate myself a little bit right now. So I'm gonna sweat it out pretty good. Even just walking to the ramp, I'm gonna sweat real good. In chat from Phoenix, Arizona. Nice to see you making good progress in journey. I think reading about a writer, Thomas Wolfe, being taken on a AAA trip of national parks got me thinking fun that's out there just around the next bend. I don't know what that last bit means. It's not hitchhiking, but I love watching the videos of the train hoppers in Canada. I'm curious how that works. So, I know there's a few people that put train hopping and stuff on YouTube. Now, train hopping, hop and freight is illegal. To get to a place where you can hop, you're usually trespassing, and then riding the train and stuff like that is illegal. What do they actually get you on for criminal offenses? I'm curious if how that works. Ever drink those Aloe drinks? I've tried them when I worked at Costco. I didn't like them that much. Cut off the end in Nashville. Would be enough. Let's get rid of this. maybe probably still keep this. It's enough to write a number if I just want like quick and dirty like highway number. No fancy interstate shield like these ones. I love making these shield signs, they're fun. I think I might get a cold drink here before I head out there as well. Fine's $1,000. Is it just a fine, or is there like a charge or like a? So it's just central, just south of, that's the map. South of Elizabethtown, okay. Oh, we're almost in central town. Alright. Okay. Eyeballs. Blue Powerade? I'm not sure what I want. Any recommendations? I'll probably do some kind of sport drink. That it really gets watered down, you know. You ever hitchhike in Taiwan? Yeah, and I'd like to. So, retired, but I'll keep it for now. It's kind of annoying to keep this all the way to San Diego with me, but I don't know, someone might want it. Nashville's for now. Okay. Pens away. Oh, this is gonna be miserable. It's gonna be real hot out there. Just sitting in the shade, I'm already like a little bit too uncomfortably warm. Like, it's not bad because I'm in the shade, but you know, in the sun it's gonna be miserable. I do see the trees getting blown a little bit, so maybe if I'm exposed on the on-ramp, I'll get a little breeze rolling through. It's still gonna be. What's the weather right now? What is the temperature? Where are we? Shepherdsville. Right. Shepherdsville weather. Sounds dope. Keep up the great content. Thank you, Old Red Fox. Appreciate that. Chicken Monster, I don't want an energy drink. 93 Fahrenheit. 34 Celsius. 43% humidity, so humidity's not like off the charts. It's there, but it's not that bad. But ugh. Should reach 100 today. What? It's gonna get hotter. It's 1 o'clock right now, just after 1. Usually this, well, yeah, like I think 1 to 3 is usually peak heat. I'm guessing that depends, but yeah, today's high of 95. Tomorrow's high of 95. Next day's high of 87. Next day's high of 93. Next day's high of 95. Low of 70. Next day low of 68. Next day low of 59. That's comfortable for camping. Now we're looking at the lows for camping out. try to rob another hitchhiker, just happened to be heading the same way. Yeah, I was telling a story about some other hitchhiker, a couple that were hitchhiking at the same ramp as me out of Kelowna, British Columbia, and we were all heading to Vancouver, and a lady pulled over between the two of us because we were spread out, and we all kind of walked up and they're like, oh, we can take everyone. We can take everyone. Why not? Let's do it. So we did. She took us all to Vancouver. It was cool. And Old Red Fox, thank you very much for subscribing and welcome to the TwitchCon. I'm just gonna try and drink at least half of what I got left here, and then I'm gonna go get something cold to drink, and then we're gonna walk out there and we're gonna try and get to Nashville today. It's only 1 o'clock, so we got quite a bit of time to do this. Like sunset's just after 7, so we got 6 hours to do this. No view rides. Like, yeah, we should have a command that says kind of the rule we have set there. It does happen, well, many times a day. People offering rides now as the channel's grown, and it's kind to offer me a ride. Like you're going away to help out someone you see on the internet, but for the purpose of the stream, I can't really do it. And you'd be like, well, you took viewer rides from, like, you know, one part of Cleveland to another, and those are the ones I will take. Sometimes, a lot of times I'm stubborn and I'm like, no, I'll walk to another on-ramp, or if my on-ramp's not good, I'll just grind it out, and eventually I'll get a ride. But after, what is it, 4 hours of that last on-ramp, I just got a lift from one part of Cleveland to another part of Cleveland. You could probably take public transit from that spot to the other spot. So in my mind, it's not cheating, but everyone has their own definition. In this case, I get to set the rules. It is my channel. I think the cigarettes here are $6.25. Oh, these Newports, whatever. I think when where were we? In Ohio, it was $10. You don't read the title, so would be pointless putting no view rights. I agree with you, but a command, I think. So when someone offers, you can just do a command, and then it explains the situation. Although I do like to address that because it is actually a nice gesture, right? Specific miles you want to cover per day, or just go with the flow? Currently, from the start today, I had to average 154 miles per day, taking the most efficient, or like all the routes are similar mileage. It was like just over 150 miles a day I had to average for the next 2 weeks to get to TwitchCon on time. I've already done just over 100, so I don't really have to go much further to be on average good. It's 150, 160 miles to Nashville, so I get that down today. That will be at like high 200s, which is more than I need, and I'll be looking pretty good. If I do want to like check out Nashville a little bit tomorrow, I won't feel rushed to get out of town. I've got long rides for multiple days. Yeah, 3 days, 3,400 kilometers, Deep River, Ontario, near Ottawa, Ontario, to Lake Louise, Alberta, near the British Columbia-Alberta border. 3 days in Russia, I think it's 2,700 kilometers, or just over that, from Nizhny Novgorod or something to Novosibirsk. Any other really long rides? I had that offer for the ride all the way from like near Edmundston, New Brunswick, all the way to San Francisco, California. That was like going to be 5,400 kilometers or something like that. But anyway, when I'm hitchhiking, I don't want to shade my face. I want people to be able to see my face. And generally I want them to be able to see my eyes, but if the sun is directly in my eyes, I've made the decision that I value my optical health more than I value people being able to see my eyes. But I am wearing sunscreen, so. You journal your trips, 30 frames per second, 12 to 14 hours a day. Video, live stream, it's all saved. any thoughts of writing a hitchhiker's guide of sorts? Yeah, like every day we talk about like a book thing, like a lot of people ask about it, and maybe at some point, I don't have any exact plans to, but in the future, maybe. Oh, Soma, hey, how's it going? Coming to San Francisco. I'm trying to get into California through Arizona on my way to San Diego. I live here now, dude. Let me know when you're here. Yeah, I'm coming through I could end up coming through San Francisco, but yeah. If you come through San Francisco, I'll hit you up. Vegas to San Francisco. Longest total trip you hitchhiked? My around the world trip was, well, like 7,000 kilometers across Russia, all freaking over Europe. I don't even know how many kilometers or miles it would have been, like the zigzag weird route I took around Europe. Then 10,000 kilometers across Russia, and then 1,000-ish kilometers of Japan, and then home. Well, the Hitchhiking America trip was like going to be high mileage as well. Like the one we did last year, the 50-state one. We went all over the United States. I'm not sure how many miles it would be in total, but it was a good chunk. Thanks for getting the courage to hitchhike. Like, I don't know what to say other than like you just have to actually do it, and you'll get used to it. People have been doing it for years. It works. I know you're gonna stand, like when you first hitchhike, when you stand out with your thumb out for the first time, you're gonna feel very exposed. Everyone, like, not everyone, but a lot of people stare at you, and like you can tell they, by the way they look at you, they think it's weird what you're doing and stuff like that. You're gonna feel anxious most likely when you first start hitchhiking, and you're gonna end up with long wait times. You like maybe the first time you won't get picked up for 2 hours and be like, well, this doesn't seem like it works, and it'll be disheartening and you'll want to quit and stuff like that. But if you persevere, you will get rides and you'll meet interesting people, and it will be an adventure. I don't try to promote hitchhiking being like everyone should try hitchhiking, but it does work, and it can be an interesting way of traveling from point A to point B. So what's up? Thank you. Angry Hippo, thank you for the Twitch Prime 7. I'm just gonna finish this, and welcome to the Twitch, I guess. Angry Hippo, appreciate that. Come through Phoenix, get me for at least a free meal. I very well might be. I might be. I think 40 goes through Flagstaff, is it? And I might be cutting south from there to Phoenix, and then, well, I want to get onto the 8. Is it the 8 that goes right into San Diego? Because through Phoenix I went straight. Is it the 10? It goes into LA, and I want to avoid LA if I can. Anybody didn't like hitchhiking in? No. Like I say, the country I had the least amount of fun was hitchhiking across Russia. But it wasn't like Russia's fault. It wasn't the people in Russia's fault. I was in Russia and didn't speak Russian, and I had 10,000 kilometers of Russia to go across, and I was bored a lot of the time because like you get really long rides, and like yeah, I had a phone and I could use voice translate and stuff, but you really gotta fight for a conversation. And like my longest ride there was 3 days as well, and you're not gonna be trying to have a conversation for 3 days straight through the phone. It's robotic and imperfect, and like hitchhiking around Japan was like, even if it's 100% through a translator, it's the shorter, faster kind of rides where you're not riding for days. You know, I had a few over 1,000 kilometer rides in Russia, and I was really satisfied when I made it to Vladivostok finally, but the actual process of getting from the Latvian-Russian border to Vladivostok, except for like a few moments which were really interesting, was like a lot of monotony. Gotta click through Phoenix. Well, it's like 95 today, so it probably won't be too humid, will it? Countries to hitchhike listed somewhere in my brain. We also have a command. Canada, Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, Japan, Australia, United States of America, Iceland, Northern Ireland, Andorra, Spain, Portugal, Czech Republic, and Fiji. It types so well on the cardboard box. Well, it's kind of difficult because, let's see, see those ripples in it? That makes it, well, hard to write straight. So I take my bigger pen and I do as neat as I can, but like, well, first I do it with a ballpoint pen very finely, so even if I get the spacing wrong or something like that, I can correct it. Then I trace over that with the thick pen. and then I clean up the edges so we don't get as many ripples along it with a finer point pen. Right, finish water, get water, go hitchhike. Sorry. I keep distracting myself here. I'm forcing myself to hydrate. I don't want to drink anymore, but I know I can use it. Grape body armor drink. Was body armor the stuff I had the other day? Body armor was like, it was surprisingly, well, it didn't taste like anything. Maybe it was like the neutral flavored one. Smart water. I get these for the water bottle. It's a lightweight, narrow, but 1 liter water bottle, so it slips into the pouch on the side of the backpack real easy, rather than the thicker water bottles. Still 1 liter. Because the pouch is pretty deep, so you can slip it in there. It was harder to get one like a wider set water bottle in there. How are we going today? We're at like 120 miles or something like that. Shout out to Andorra. Nobody ever thinks about Andorra. I think that's pretty true. Honestly, I had heard of Andorra before, but I would have no idea where to place it on a map until I was like being like, oh yeah, Andorra's, or people were telling me like Andorra's there. I was heading south through France into Spain. I'm like, why don't we go through Andorra into Spain? And we did, and it was definitely worth it. And then I dropped the phone off a mountain in Andorra, and I was sad. Get sick when hitchhiking? I do. I got stomach bug in Japan, and I got the flu in Australia. Ireland VODs anywhere. Yeah, if you go to the videos panel, so in the stream there should be a videos panel, it'll probably say VODs, but you're gonna have to change like the list to all or highlights, because the VOD will have been deleted, but the highlights will remain. And you're gonna have to go back to, it's gonna be pretty far back. It's gonna be Hitchhiking Europe, day like, it was in the 30s, the 40s, 50s, Hitchhiking Europe, day da 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 da. I was there for a few weeks. Get a reusable one. This is a reusable one. I've had this for. Hey. Oh, I make a live video documentary about hitchhiking. So I'm from Canada, and I started in eastern Canada, and I'm slowly working my way to California, just showing people what it's like to hitchhike when not that many people do it.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
I said, he's killing me up there. He's talking to that thing.
I know, I'm talking to a screen. It's weird. If you want to see what I do, I'll give you this card here.
No, you're fine.
No, it's the card that you can find it all there.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I'll check you out.
Sounds good.
I'll be like, look guys, I talked to this little guy.
Look what I got. He's the baby from the grave.
Yeah, that's awesome. He documents his travel.
Look.
And he puts it online for everybody to see.
Look, I got this photo.
Arlene's great. Baby. I went down there created.
Hello, Christina.
Yeah, I do.
Check it out. I'm gonna take this home. I'm gonna pull you up the chair on my big TV.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
No problem.
Wonderful trip.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hey, I was thinking about you all though. You feeling alright?
We interrupt you if we sit here a minute.
Well, you're welcome to sit at the table. It's big enough for all of us. We're good.
Right, and she's getting ready to start work.
I'm getting ready to walk out onto that on-ramp there. Going to Nashville. Terminus is San Diego, though. Got a ways to go, California.
Yeah, you do.
But I started out in eastern Canada, St. John's, Newfoundland, as far east as you can go. So I've already gone like 2,500 miles. Got another 22 to go.
What did he say?
I said, are you gonna come over and see that camera?
Do you like doing this?
Sorry?
Do you like doing that?
Yeah, I've filmed it in 24 countries now. So all over the place. Yeah, my home's in Canada though. Yeah. Second time in Kentucky here. It's been good. You live around this part here? Yeah. Right up the road there? Yeah. You get a lot of travelers at this spot right here? Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. I saw another guy who was hitchhiking to Iowa here.
The long hair guy.
Yeah.
Every time he comes through here, he stops here.
Okay, yeah.
Almost got his last time here, though. He's a familiar faces here, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he's been here several times, and he said the people here are nice, himself, and the police here are kind as well. Depending where you're at, hitchhikers are, the police don't always like you.
Right.
Yeah. You're a high-risk individual to them, I guess, so I talk to the police a lot.
I've seen a couple on this ramp the other day. I've seen the police there. I mean, he just more or less checking what's in their bags and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's very common that they're like, what you're doing is fine. They just want to see your ID, check for warrants essentially, and make sure you're sober so you're not a risk to anyone on the road and stuff like that. Is usually what they're kind of looking for. Sometimes they're like, you can't actually stand here, but you can stand right there, kind of thing. But yeah, it's all technicalities and all the legalities of it. Yeah. I'm gonna fill up my water. Oh. And we're gonna go.
You gonna leave us?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out to the ramp heading south there. South 65. Thank you very much. I will do my best.
Really meeting you now. I'm gonna leave up too.
Say a prayer for safe travels.
Thank you.
Back through, try to remember our exit and stop in. I'm back through, try to remember our exit and stop in.
Yeah. Well, everyone seems really kind here, so I'm coming back this way. Definitely.
Rachel.
All right. We got a Gatorade here. Big Gatorade? Big Powerade? What's that flavor? Lower sugar Gatorade. I don't know if I want that. I've had green apple before, it's alright. Hey.
Are you doing okay?
Cash. Yeah.
Are you excited?
Excited?
So are you excited like why would? Do you enjoy doing what you do?
Oh yes, sorry. Yes, I do enjoy it. I do it full time now.
646.
Sorry, 646. $3.
You do it all the time?
Yeah, 11
How
months
do
of
you
the year. So from the people that watch the program, it's free to watch, but I make a little money where it's enough to do it full time.
Do you have a house and stuff?
I just go home to Canada, where I'm from, and visit family and friends for a couple weeks, and then back on the road.
Why do you do this all the time? You love it?
I do, yeah. Meet interesting people, go interesting places. Every day's new.
Really?
Yeah. You ever hitchhike?
No.
No. You ever pick anyone up? Yeah, okay.
I pick them up. I take them twice, but drop them off. I forget about it. I don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
What? What you say? No, why? Oh, yeah.
Remember,
Big John. Big Bag John.
is the water here pretty, it's alright? The water from here, I can grab a... Oh.
Don't make no Virginia ice in that, can you?
No, it's too narrow. It's all good. Thank you, though. That's an accent.
You don't have enough space like you're doing, man. Don't throw them out there. They'll be tomorrow. They'll do it tomorrow. I get some dope too, man. That's cool.
I know this earlier, there, I put water in the fridge. I got to do it cold.
All good. I got this cold for now.
All right,
Hey, but thanks so much. Have a great day. We're gonna do this for a second.
I'll cook it tomorrow on that, John.
Yeah, she gets something else to go with them.
That's right.
Need something like on the side.
Okay, watch the rest. Right back in. Come on, honey.
Thank you.
How old are you, 30?
25.
Oh, I didn't know. really,
Yeah. Have a good one, man. Nice to meet you.
your age.
Interesting folk. Hey, there's a tiny cloud. Thank you, tiny cloud. You're shielding me for part of my walk. Bag is falling apart? No, it's not. What's falling apart on it? On our stuff here. Check out the condition of it. Looks like it's going to be a good one. These rural ones are usually pretty good. And they got decent services. This one has this little general store, but I think on the other side, or somewhere around here, there's a truck stop actually. So you get truckers, but you also get just general people traveling a long way, so they'll stop at truck stops as well. Friendly people curious. Yeah, you get that a lot in small towns. They're very curious. And you can usually strike up an interesting little conversation with them. Fireworks. Maybe areas are more harmful under those clouds? Wait, how does that work? I understand there's still UV when there's cloud cover, but more harmful? Love my home, you're 30 minutes from me. I like it over here. The local folk are, well, I only met a couple, but like, they seem very friendly. But that guy had when he was talking, he cleaned it up a little bit once. I'm like, what? Excuse me, what are you trying to say? But man, he was hard to understand. Oh, sun's coming back out. Alright, we're going out to 65 south. From Nashville. The sun isn't necessarily in the best spot. It's not in the worst spot either. Whew. And yeah, there won't be any shade here or anything like that, nor is there usually shade on on-ramps. Usually pretty exposed. Pull over. The shoulder's fine. Nothing wrong with it. There's bigger shoulders, but it could be a whole lot worse than that. I'm gonna stand behind this sign. No pedestrians, bicycles, motor scooters, metal treads, farm implements, animals on foot past this point. Yeah, they actually specify animals on foot. I have animals. They just can't be. Well, I could stand underneath that sign when there's no cars coming here. That's a thing. Thank you, Cloud. I appreciate you. Let's look at sunburn in the shade. Well, yeah, if there's any UV going through. And you can't ride your horse? I know. That sucks. I can't ride my horse to Nashville. I thought this was Kekona country. Thought we ride our horses here. Amish pulling buggies? Yeah, they can't do it on interstates. Toasty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I can confirm it is toasty out. Oh, the sun's back out. It's toasty. A tiny bit of a breeze comes through a little bit. Just shout out the sign. When cars are actually coming past, I don't want to use the shadow sign, but between cars, it's viable. I kind of have to like hop out of here when cars do go past though, but it's not that busy. Bit of a breeze. The breeze feels real nice. That's huge. It's 2 lanes. Again, I prefer it to be 1, but it ain't bad. Actually, most of my traffic's coming and turning left from this way and turning onto the ramp. There's barely any traffic turning right onto the ramp. So I'm probably pretty good to be able to like hunker down in the shade between waves of traffic. So that's actually quite convenient. that little fan. It won't do much like in the open air like this. I think it'd make a big impact in my tent. But I don't think it'll make much difference like right here. And I'd be holding a phone on my face pretty much. So I'm happy to have it for the tent.